Good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delay. We just wrapped up closed session. We're now calling to order this meeting of the San Jose City Council for the morning of May 20th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Kamei? Here. Campos? Here. Salas? Here. Cohen? Here. Ortiz?
Here.
Mulcahy?
Here.
Dwan?
Here.
Candelas?
Here.
Casey? Here. Foley?
Here.
Mahan?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Now, if you're able, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So just as a reminder, we have scheduled ceremonial items, including the invocation, to be held at 1:30 today. We also did not have a lunch break agendized. I know a couple of us have commitments midday, and I think all of us want to eat. So I'm planning on us taking a break around noon and then coming back at 1:30 for ceremonials. We're also on to orders of the day, and I understand our city manager, Jennifer McGuire, would like to move the city manager's report, item 3.1, to be heard after ceremonials. We have Councilmember Kamei recognizing Public Works Week, and our city manager is also going to comment on Public Works. So that'll be aligned. Would anyone be willing to make that motion?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Tony, do we have anything else on orders of the day? Any other changes to the printed agenda? Okay. Tony, do we have any public comment?
No.
Okay, coming back to the council, let's vote. Tony, we're not
sorry,
seeing.
somebody was
there
still.
We go.
Yeah.
It's there.
Somebody
Okay.
was still not signed in, so it was just delayed.
Got it. Looks like it worked. Is that unanimous?
Yes, motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. We'll go on to the closed session report. Nora?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Okay, thank you. Next is the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull from consent? I'm aware of one. Councilmember Dwan, I believe you requested pulling item 2.18. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just before you jump in, are there any other items? Okay, Councilor Dwan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. On April 23rd, the Rules and Open Government Committee consider and move forward an important resolution affirming San Jose's ongoing commitment to inclusivity and cultural representation. This resolution called for the recognition of the heritage and freedom flag of the Republic of Vietnam. The iconic yellow flag with 3 red stripes as an official emoji honoring the history, resilience, and identity of our Vietnamese American community. For many Vietnamese refugees and their family, this flag is a powerful symbol of freedom, democracy, and remembrance. As emoji become a central part of our digital communication, it's time the diversity of our community is reflected there too. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councilmember, and appreciate your leadership on this, and I completely agree. Would you like to move the item along with the rest of the consent calendar?
So move.
Second.
Great. Okay. Tony, I don't see any other hands. Why don't we go to public comment, and then we'll come back to council for a vote.
Okay, I have several cards for consent calendar. When I call your name, please come up. We have interpretation on the screen, and if you speak in another language, your words will be interpreted for the council members on their own screens. So go ahead and just speak like you normally would. When I call your name, come down. The other people can line up behind them. Let's start with Brian Doe, Tran Vu, Win Nok Bish, and Tin Cow. No, it's not on. I think you turned it off. There you go.
Good morning, Honorable Mayors and Council. My name is Brian Dill. I'm currently serving as a school board member, as a trustee and a school board member in the San Jose. About 2 months ago, we passed a similar resolution, so thank you for putting forth this similar and powerful and encouraging tech company, particularly Unico, to accept the 3 red stripe on the field of gold as an official symbol of our Vietnamese American community and our heritage. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chào Thủy trưởng và quý nghị viên và cũng như là các quan khách ở đây. Tôi là Trân Vũ, tôi đã ở đây cũng gần 30 năm.
And ladies and gentlemen and many guests here, I'm Tran Vu. I've been here. Also need to do a few 5 yes, I am is a political evil. And I would like to ask the Vietnamese profession and the school to support putting this in UNESCO because it represents the sacrifice of, in southern Vietnam as well as more than 50,000 people.
Thank you.
The
Next
U.S.
speaker.
military and government officials
I'd
who
also
helped
like to
Vietnam
call,
fight for freedom. Thank
before
you.
you go, I'd like to call Tien Huynh, Dan Huang, and Hai Van Lee. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I want to thank Council Member Bien Doan for initiating the petition and solution. The heritage freedom flags hold a deep significance to us. It represents the enduring spirit of freedom, identity, and unity for the Vietnamese community member worldwide. I remember last month when we commemorating the Black April and you are with us and we are so grateful for that. And so today we ask the council members to vote yes on this resolution to show your solidarity with our Vietnamese community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Xin kính chào tất cả các quý vị hiện diện tại hội trường. Tôi tên là
Present
Nguyễn Thị
in the hall.
Ngọc Bích và tôi rất
My name is Nguyen Thi Ngoc Bich, and
vui mừng trong ngày hôm nay vì
I am very pleased and happy today
được công nhận và được tung bay khắp mọi nơi trên nước Mỹ. Xin cảm ơn tất cả các quý vị.
because the Vietnamese flag is recognized and flown everywhere in America.
Thank you.
Thank
Next
you all.
speaker.
Thank you, Speaker.
Dạ, kính chào thị trưởng Bát Mê Han và quý vị. Dạ, with me in Bát Mê Han, council member and other council member of San Jose. My name is Thien Nguyen. Yes, I am very happy to be here today to support a resolution of the Council of the City of San Jose to recognize the heritage and freedom flag of the Republic of Vietnam, the yellow flag with 3 red stripes in the digital artwork as an emoji. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd also, before you go, I'd like to call Phuc Lee, Sam Ho, and Hong Cao. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. It has been known quite openly and publicly for quite some time now that the symbol I'm wearing right here on my chest has been honored, approved, and displayed all over town. Myself and the team behind me has been doing that for 43 years all over the business premises in the beautiful city of San Jose. And I take pride, continue doing that. This moment, I'm proudly to congratulate Councilman Bien Doan and the leadership team of the city of San Jose that the folks at the Unicode Consortium would have no hang-up adopting the emoji that you folks are about to vote. Myself, my family, and a whole bunch of my friends has signed a petition. We hope that the mayor and the rest of the council members will do the same. Good day, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Thai Van Lee. I soldier in the Army of the Republic of Vietnam, a former pilot in the war. Nearly 300,000 of our comrades died for this blood. 58,000 Americans sacrificed helping to protect my place for freedom and democracy. So, urgently, I ask the San José City Council to pass the resolution on behalf of those who have fallen. I sincerely thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable San José Mayor, Madam, and all city council members, and elected officials and city staff. My name is Phúc Lê. I am of the General Secretary of the former Vietnamese Armed Forces Alliance. Today, I come here to support the idea of bringing up the new emoji for our community. First, the Republic of Vietnam has a different history than the current regime and should not be included in the current Vietnamese emoji. We ask for different emoji that honors our heritage, that for fair and also for not misleading. Besides, there are the reasons. First, our unique culture and traditional deserve recognition through a dedicated emoji. Many Vietnamese abroad take pride in the Republic of Vietnam, and emoji could serve as a symbol of that pride. And multiple emoji enrich local communication and celebrate culture diversity. And we ask for separate emoji for different regimes can deepen understanding of Vietnamese complexity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor and Council Member, my name is Hong Cao. I'm Director of Vietnamese. I come here a former South Vietnam officer, and also I'm a boat people myself. I'm very proud about my former country, South Vietnam, and the flag to symbol of the freedom, diplomacy, and humanity. Today, the South Vietnam flag is recognized by the city of San Jose, by the county of Santa Clara, and by the state of California as the official heritage flag of Vietnamese American in California. Moreover, this year is a special year for the overseas Vietnamese when we just commemorated the 50 years of the fall of Vietnam. There is nothing more valuable than having a flag of South Vietnam emoji in the structure of Unicode. For overseas Vietnamese, the emoji will provide a visual shorthand as a symbol of our identity and our connection to the former homeland. Thank you for the effort of Council Member Biên Đoan, and thank you for the Mayor and Council Member for considering a city resolution for creating the South Vietnam flag emoji. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, council members and city leadership. My name is Sam Ho. I'm former president of the Thousand Oaks Neighborhood Association and the current vice president of the District 9 Leadership Group. I've watched you and many years, and I'm very thankful to God for having the leadership that is representing our city here. I have the honesty to say that I respect every single one of our council members in this city and the mayor. And we really appreciate what you've done for the city. You work very hard. You care about homelessness. You care about safety. You care about blight issue. You care about small businesses, and you care about affordable housing. I believe that San Jose will be the leader for solving the homelessness issue best than any city in the state of California and the country because of the way that you go after that topic. So thank you. Please continue on fighting for us. Today is about freedom, and this emoji represents freedom. We will make history if you vote yes for this emoji. For the whole world, it's not just San Jose like you have approved before, but for the whole world will be recognized through this emoji as the emoji that represents an expression of freedom, honoring the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. Freedom of expression. Please vote yes for this emoji. And let's make history, because San Jose will take the leadership also in having the emoji that represents freedom, the price that has been paid for by thousands and hundreds and thousands and maybe millions of people died for freedom in the past 250 years of the United States and the Vietnam War. We thank you for all who fought and for their sacrifice. Let's honor them by approving this emoji. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, thank you, Tony. Thank you to everyone who came out today, all of our public speakers. As we come back to the council for a vote, I think I can safely speak on behalf of our entire council in saying that we're very proud to be the city with the single largest Vietnamese community outside of Vietnam, and we are so honored to have you all here. And I think again, on behalf of the council, I think I assume we'll all vote here. At least our big digital platforms can do is reflect that and honor that tradition and history and expression of freedom and the struggle and sacrifice so many have made to come here and build a life here and make our city and country stronger. So thank you all for being here, for being such an essential part of our San Jose community. And we do have a motion on the floor, which includes our entire consent calendar for those following along at home, and then item 2.18, which is advocacy for digital representation of the Vietnamese heritage and freedom flag as an emoji on digital platforms. So thank you for the motion, colleagues, and your support. And Tony, I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, unanimous. Thank you. Great. And thank you all again for being here today. All right. So that wraps up the consent calendar, and we are now on to item 3.3. As a reminder, we'll come back for 3.1 after our lunch recess. This is the new City Council policy for seamless transition of city elected official offices. And Tony, I believe you're giving a brief presentation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll see where we are. If we have to, we'll recess mid-item, but we will try to get this one wrapped up before our lunch recess.
Good afternoon, I'm Tony Tabor, City Clerk. In September 2023, the Rules and Open Government Committee directed the City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, and IT Department to evaluate the feasibility of a City Council policy that would standardize traditions for mayor and City Council members. In some previous transition of City Council offices, service interruptions occurred due to the inability of council member staff to access existing social media accounts, web platforms, and constituent data such as mailing lists. Security and privacy policies of the tech companies make it a long and difficult and sometimes impossible process to reestablish access. Some council offices, however, have executed thorough and detailed transition plans for newly elected officials and their staff. These plans have included passing over software licenses, web platforms, databases, and other data needed to ensure continuity of service. This policy strives to standardize that transition so all incoming council members can have their best start. Our key policy components are requiring city-based accounts for official communications, centralizing constituent data, managing physical assets, memorializing our onboarding and offboarding procedures, and adopting the .gov domain. Our first recommendation is to use city-based accounts for all social media, constituent management databases, subscriptions, etc. Additionally, the city clerk and IT department should have administrative access to ensure data paid for by the city is retained by the city. This policy does not require council members to delete their personal social media profiles, and they can continue to use their personal accounts to reach out to their constituents and can direct constituents to their personal profiles through the official social media profiles. It should be noted that if a council member uses their personal account for official communication, they cannot delete comments or block users based on opposing viewpoints. Additionally, if council members continue to use their social media account after their term is over, the city cannot control when they update their information to show they are no longer a council member. AB 1637 was passed in 2023, and it is now State of California Government Code 50034. It requires all local agencies to use the .gov domain by January 1st, 2029. City Administrative Policy 1.7.9 will be updated this upcoming year to include a clear set of criteria and procedures to request subdomains of the city's domain, sanjose.gov. After the policy is updated, ITD and the city manager's office will start their preliminary review and plan for transition and compliance by January 1st, 2029. The city will provide mayor and city council offices with core accounts for constituent databases, CRM, and email solution, and will provide support for the transition from existing non-standard accounts to the city's CRM by December 15th, 2025. Constituent profile data will be centralized to ensure consistency and accessibility to city departments to better serve residents, while making sure council districts' data and communication is not shared among districts to maintain compliance with the Brown Act. ITD will administer business accounts for social media platforms with access provided to the elected official or their chief of staff. ITD will not manage the content, however, the city council districts will have direct control over their content. I won't talk about this too much. This recommendation basically memorializes the current practice the city has for transition coordination. The city clerk's office coordinates with city manager's office and city departments such as ITD, human resources, public works, et cetera, to prepare for the incoming and outgoing council member transitions, covering all the components of day-to-day operations, while the city manager's office coordinates an orientation to incoming electeds to provide an overview of city departments and functions, and the city attorney's office provides legal briefings, including but not limited to the Brown Act, Public Records Act, and other legal topics. So this is not a change, it's just writing down what we already do. The city clerk's office has created an internal document to track physical assets, but city council offices will be expected to report on that list any physical items they have purchased and final dispersal of said items. At the end of a council member's term, all items purchased with city funds will be retained by the district. However, branded items that may have the council member's name on them shall be sent to the Department of Public Works for surplus. And finally, I'd like to note that this policy is designed to establish minimum guidelines for an effective transition. It does not preclude staff from continuing to revise and improve transition procedures. Any software and service accounts, such as constituent management database, not connected to city-based accounts, must be updated from personal emails to city-based accounts by the end of 2025. But also want to note that we usually do a debriefing with incoming council members to improve the transition every 2 years as people come in and out. So this policy won't necessarily be static. And then we're available for questions. Khalid and Matt are in the audience for technical questions, and of course, I'm here.
Okay. Was that it, Tony?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
great. Thank you. Well, let's go to public comment first.
I have no cards for this item.
Okay, all right. Let's come back to the council. Let me offer just a couple of thoughts, and then we can jump in and get to a motion. You know, part of why we're here, and I won't give any specific examples or name names, but we have at times in the past had some trouble with transition of city assets that should be maintained within the public domain for their public value. Take, for example, an email list that lives within an elected office where people sign up for email updates from that elected office, are getting updates, and then when there's a new office holder, it's really about the office, they expect to continue to get updates from their district office, and it's important that that list be owned by the city, be clear that it's a public asset, and it be handed off to the next office holder. I think that's pretty obvious when it comes to email, official websites, and things like that. So I think this is important, and having this clarity and alignment is valuable. And so I appreciate Khalid, Tony, Dolan, and others on staff helping to bring greater clarity and some guardrails to that. As the group memo that I was a part of acknowledges, social media is a little tricky, and even state law treats it a little differently, just because we all have identities, and social media by its nature, unlike a, District 3 email list or website, is a reflection of our unique individual identities and personalities, is the direct communication channel between an individual elected and their constituents, and often is a method of two-way communication prior to election, during election, after election, and obviously has to be treated a little bit differently. I think where we've tried to draw the line here to create both continuity and clarity and protect public assets, but also respect the sort of unique nature of what social media represents as a personal identity, is a distinction between a sort of official social media account, which would have presumably the brand of the office, like District X, whatever it is, versus that more personalized individual identity that really needs to stay with that person, because it is an extension of their personal identity. So I think we've struck a pretty good balance here. I think this is a good thing for us to standardize. I appreciate council members Candelas, Ortiz, and Cohen joining in a group memo. I did just see Councilmember Kume's memo. I guess I'd make a couple points on it. One, I do think we need to be really careful about creating mandates and policy through blue memos that come in at the last minute before we vote. I think we have seen again and again, at least in my experience on the council, that we often regret the last minute decisions we make when we haven't all had a few days to consult with the city attorney, with the city manager, with each other to actually understand the implications and unintended consequences. I do think the spirit of doing trainings is good. I always worry about mandates. We do, as Tony just said, do onboarding, orientation, staff training that includes communication, but guess what? It includes a lot of rules we have around fundraising, use of all assets. I think it's a little incomplete to say we're going to start mandating trainings for specific components. I'm not sure, acceptance of tickets or fundraising or asking for contributions to. There's all these other rules that are equally important and actually can get you into even bigger legal trouble that we don't mandate trainings for. So it seems kind of arbitrary and inconsistent when we sort of across the board do a set of orientation and training for new employees. But I'm not, and I know the clerk and others sort of already provide these trainings. So I'm open to the conversation. I don't mind us saying you must have a training. We kind of do it already. The thing I would note, though, I guess I'll just say this practically on the blue memo. What we have found in my office is most relevant is not a mandatory upfront training that everybody forgets because they're overwhelmed when they join the team anyway. It's the incredible asset that is our city attorney's office and our city clerk's office. Our team, even though we've been doing this for a few years now, is reaching out to city attorney and city clerk on just about a weekly basis with questions on, can we accept this ticket? Can we ask for that donation to that nonprofit? What's the reporting again? Can we communicate this? Can we print that flyer? Oh, right, our name can only be on it once. Like what, it's just good practice for us, rather than mandating new processes and obligations, to be in a constant communication with our city attorney and our city clerk around our use of city resources. So not opposed to it, certainly not a hill I'm gonna die on, as long as it is limited to the use of official social media accounts and not a way of kind of further restricting our use of social media on a personal basis. But it gave me a little pause to see this come in at the last minute. And I just wanted to express that I think the best thing to do is consult with city attorney and city clerk in real time and make sure you have clear protocols and trainings for your own employees in your offices. All right, well, looks like everyone wants to weigh in, so we will go to Councilor Kamei first and then continue around the horn here.
Thank you so much to the clerk for bringing this forward. And, I'm sorry that it is last minute, but it is a best practice. And I'm hoping that the council does recognize that, in fact, it is important to look at what is official, what is personal, and what is campaign related. And I've been here 2.5 years, and although the clerk and the clerk's staff has been very good in terms of being available for different questions, many of the trainings were put online. They previously had been in person, and we never got the benefit, and I had some turnover in my staff that did not get the benefit of some of the trainings. Yes, they're online, yes, they're available, but when you're short of staff, it's a little bit difficult. So I don't know what other people's experiences have been, but quite frankly, I think that my memo brings forward what is best practice, and I think that in terms of bringing staff on initially, this is something that can be added to what already exists as an orientation. I think it's important for people to have that knowledge, and so I would certainly
Councilmember, can I just ask as a question,
Sure.
just to you as the author of the memo, what you just described sounds reasonable to me, but actually it sounds like what you are intending is to mandate that the city clerk and city attorney prepare up-to-date trainings for new employees on this topic in addition to all of the others, which is different from how I read your memo.
Well, once it's done, it can be incorporated to what is already done. Right?
Okay.
It's just bringing clarity on the social media front in terms of saying, this is official, this is personal, and this is campaign related. Because I think that sometimes when you're looking at the understandings that a new person to City Hall comes in, there's varying understanding, and the blurring of some of these lines is not clear.
So Tony, can you or Nora, sorry to interject, but can you just as a point of information just share what the current training orientation is around the use of these tools and or how it would change after what do you currently do?
I personally provide no training on social media or how to use a CRM or that's like outside of the clerk's wheelhouse. I'm not sure about Nora or the IT department.
Hi, I'm trying to remember what we cover that we cover so much. There's 2 days that the new council members receive training on, but I'm not sure that we may touch on what you can, blocking people in particular in speech issues with respect to social media, but I'm not sure we cover much beyond that.
So I might just ask as a phase one, if we were to incorporate the blue memo, that maybe we shift the direction first. I see it would have us coming back in August to actually ask the city attorney and city clerk to collaborate on a standardized training for new employees as a starting point before we require that all council members and staff complete a training developed by the city attorney. I want to give them the flexibility to create that curriculum or that training before we're mandating that we all go through it. Just as all I know is we have a lot of trainings on a lot of things, and I'd like to see it developed first.
That's fine, as long as there's clarity in terms of what is acceptable for what is official, what is personal, and what is campaign related. Because I think that sometimes when those lines get blurred, it's very easy for someone to not understand
sure.
sort of
That's
the
fair.
separation of what can and cannot be done. And, I will say this is mainly directed towards the mayor and the city council as far as, our roles as elected officials. and what our responsibilities are in terms of being able to designate one person to be able to be responsible to ensure that those lines are not crossed over in an inappropriate way. So that was, to me, a best practice that, you know, whoever you have doing your social media should be knowledgeable and trained to ensure that you're not crossing lines. And with that, I would move my memo.
Does it, okay.
With the understanding that, yes, in fact, it's going to come back to us with, you know, whatever the city attorney and the clerk can come together on, in terms of the program that you mentioned.
The memo says August 2026. So.
Oh, you're right. I misread that. I was thinking it was August of 25. That would be awfully quick.
So you mean for 2026? Okay, so the motion would be to approve the memo with the correction to the date being 2025. Okay.
Okay. Is there a second? All right, let's have a little more discussion. Let's go to Councilmember Condellis next.
No, thank you. I know I appreciate staff's work on bringing this this item forward. I think, part of what makes us successful is the training that we get, not just from the clerk, the attorney, the administration on processes, et cetera. And I don't necessarily have an objection to the memorandum from our colleague, from Councilmember Kamei. I would ask. Let's see. I'm gonna try to see if I can craft a motion with the memorandum from Councilmember Kamei and some of the concerns that I also have. I think it's important to have that continuity, especially as it relates to the CRM, the constituent management system, the email database that a lot of our residents hear from us. But I think the memo, and thank you to the mayor, Councilmember Ortiz, Councilmember Cohen, for your work on this. I think the memo that we put together provides a little bit of clarification, because there is a potential for confusion with having a city-provided, mandated generic social media account that could take away from the current practice, and most importantly, the efficacy, the effectiveness of how we as elected officials communicate using social media. And so that's what our memo seeks to do. And I think so. I will move our memo, and with regards to the spirit of Councilmember Kamei's motion on a practice, I will ask that the city attorney and the clerk collaborate on an integration of a training for the elected officials and our staff as part of the transitions, that clarifies some of the concerns addressed by Councilmember Kamei with regards to best practices, applicable legal and ethical standards as it relates to social media. That's my motion.
Great, thanks, Councilmember. And just to be clear, as Councilmember Kamei had, it was for users of official social media accounts. So are we open to limiting to that?
Well, I would say is if for according to our memo, we are directing the administration providing city-based social media accounts when requested by the mayor and council members, that should be part of the training, that when we request an account, if we request an account, that training or the training that we are recommending on the collaboration and integration occur.
Let me just say, can I say as the seconder how I understood it, though, because I wouldn't second that motion. I think the motion should be more broad, more extensive, and just say that all offices should have training on the proper use of social media, whether it's your own account or a city-provided account. The rules are still the same, the dangers are still the same, and the training should be standard for everybody, regardless of the account you're using. That's what would be my preference. It's not just about.
That's fair. I'll agree to that. Yeah.
Okay. let's continue. We have a second. You were finished?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
done.
let's go to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm proud to have brought forward this policy on September 23rd, 2023. That I believe will strengthen the integrity and the continuity of our local government. And we all know public service is built on trust, not just how we lead, but how we leave office. Transition between elected official are a necessary, and how we manage them matter very deeply. In recent years, we've seen how the lack of clear process during these transitions can lead to unnecessary complication, service disruption to our constituent, lost access to digital platform, confusion over constituent data, and question about who control what. These gaps doesn't just impact us, they impact our residents. They affect how quickly we respond to email, how well do we handle ongoing casework, and whether critical digital tools continue working after an election. Specifically in 2023, when I came into office, I was unable to access CRM, social media, and so many additional hurdles that would have been addressed by a policy such as this. That is why I directed the city staff to draft a city council policy 0-47, a structured, common sense framework designed to guide the transition process between outgoing and incoming elected official. This policy ensured that important assets like website, social media accounts, constituent data, city-managed email account, and even physical equipment are thoughtfully and responsibly hand off to the next official holder. This policy was crafted with practicality in mind. It does not require new staff or additional resources. Instead, it's leveraged the system we already have in place, bringing them under a shared set of expectation. The collaboration of the city manager, the city attorney, the clerk office, and our IT department was essential in shaping this effort. Together, we ensured that this policy meets legal, technical, and operational standards without overburdening any one office. What we're ultimately aiming is for a culture of responsible transition, one that centers continuity, services, and professionalism. When someone leaves office, whether by choice or by election outcome, this policy ensures that their successor can immediately get to work for the community. It's honored the work that came before, and it's laid the foundation for what come next. By adopting the policy 0-47, we're setting a higher standard for ourselves and for the city of San Jose. And I will be supporting this memorandum. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate this policy coming forward and my colleagues for crafting memos and a motion for us to consider. I do just have a couple of questions. The first is, which council appointee or city department will be responsible for enforcing this policy, and how will compliance be monitored?
I'm going to have to include Nora in this answer. There is no penalty in this policy. Typically, I'm your enforcer on a lot of policies. but I'm very limited in what I can do. Most of the times you guys do what I tell you to do. You guys are really good about following the rules. If I say you can't do that, it's against the rules. Usually people follow it. But there's no like penalty phase in this policy. I don't know if Nora wants to add.
Thank you, Tony. And there isn't. The training that we provide is not mandatory for council members, and that includes the training for the clerk, but by and large, people have participated in the training because they have learned a lot. In terms of city assets that are covered by this or potentially covered by this, I think that would probably fall to IT to raise some concerns. I hate to kick it over to Khalid, but I think they would know better than most, at least on social media accounts and what's happening with them. And then if it's a council policy and there's a violation of a council policy, the council would, at the end of the day, be the enforcer of that.
Thank you. My second question was what would be the penalties for failure to comply with this policy, which you answered. It sounds to me, what I'm hearing is that it's the honor system, it's the honor code for us to follow the council policy and leave it up to us as colleagues to address those concerns, which, Councilmember Kamei brought up very valid concerns about ensuring, for transparency purposes, that we can identify the difference between a government account, a personal account, and a campaign account, because that gray area can really blur the lines on how the public is receiving and interpreting the messages that we share, what are our personal viewpoints, and what our stance is as a spokesperson for the city or for our respective council offices, is I think a very important piece of this policy. So those were all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. Let's go to Vice Mayor Foley.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for bringing this forward to us. This all stemmed from a prior bad act, I'll say, from another council member, and this really cleans up and resolves some of that. I would think that, or would hope that as electeds, that we leave our offices intact so that the next person can take over and be successful in their new position. But that wasn't the case, and so we have this policy before us. My only question really is why the effective date of December 2025? It seems to me that this should take effect at the end of someone's term when they're transitioning out. For example, I term out next year. Why would I go through this effort now when next year I'm going to have to do it anyway? So help me understand why, what's magical about December 2025, and I may be asking for a friendly amendment. So
I'm going to ask Khalid to come on down because he has explained that multiple times, but I can't repeat what he has said to me.
Well, I hope I can understand what he's saying to me. Pretend like I'm a kindergartner.
No, it's not really.
Because our second graders know way more about this stuff than I do.
Appreciate that. Thank you for your question. Khalid Tawfiq, Chief Information Officer. The date was really to allow enough time to transition. So if we mandate this change to happen right before or right after the election, the council member might leave without completing the transition. So it will take some time to move the information, the data into a new system. And if we mandate this during the transition, it might be too late. So that's why we'll try to do it in December So by the next election, by next election, which is November 2026, we will have enough time to migrate that information. We don't have to rush it during that time. By the
Okay,
looks on your
that
face,
didn't
I
quite
think
satisfy me. Because the election is over in November,
Correct.
right? It's not certified typically till the end of November, early December. Actually, I wasn't certified until December 3rd, I think, which created whole other problems. But I'm not understanding why the transition needs to occur a whole year before the election. How much time is actually needed? There's a lot of things. As an example, the city clerk, our funds are frozen as of the end of the or midterm. We're only access to have half of our budget once we're terming out. So we have a whole year calendar budget, but we only have access to 6 months between the fiscal year and the end of our term. This seems contrary to that. It's a whole year earlier that we have to make this shift, and it seems unnecessary to me. And I appreciate your explanation, but I have a lot of confidence that this can be done more quickly than a year, and that truly gives us until November. In my case, it's an open seat, so someone will take over when I'm done, and I would expect all of my people who are up for re-election, they get re-elected, they're going to stay there, but if they're not, they're going to be have to abide by our new policy and make sure it's in effect. So I appreciate the explanation, but I'm going to request a friendly amendment, and that it be effective at the end of the council.
Before we offer the amendment, can I provide a little bit more information? I think we're also part of the CRM customer service initiative that we are implementing in the citywide, the bigger picture. We're planning to move as many council members to the new system to promote collaboration and also sharing some of the information. So that's part of what we're trying to do in addition to that. You're right, we can move it to September next year. We still need a couple of months before the transition to happen because we might migrate data from an existing different or standalone CRM system into our city official CRM. So that can be moved later, but we're already moving forward to bring everyone in the same system so we can share or provide a common platform for communication, and also eventually this is going to be integrated with 311.
I appreciate that. And I understand the transition to the CRM, and that's occurring right now with Salesforce and all of that. I understand that. But for me, it's premature to make this change for the policy. So you're saying you need a couple of months. The election isn't over until November, so we really don't know the status of people's elections or not. So can we say November 15th?
Could I offer there may be a distinction between IT's desire that I share to implement, say, the new CRM and kind of standardize our approach without having to wait a year and a half versus when we need to have trainings developed for a handoff of official accounts and data from office holder to office holder, which you're right isn't really relevant for a year or more, over a year? Is that a valid distinction we could make? Because, College, you're pointing out that you want to implement the CRM.
And that's a distinction. I'm fine with that.
I'm not training the trainings that need to be developed. Is that the point you're making, Vice Mayor?
No, it's more the
just
policy.
The policy in general.
The policy in general, not related to CRM. That's a different issue as it relates to what you're trying to accomplish.
The policy includes CRM, but it also includes website and social media.
Social media and all of that.
Right.
So.
So you're asking for a deferral of the whole item, essentially, it sounds like.
No, just the time. This takes effect December 2025. I'd like to see it take effect November 1st, 2026, to throw out a date. Actually, it makes sense to be after the election, so November 15th.
I think the only challenge with that would just be if we want you, for example, to hand off all your stuff correctly to the next person, need to be prepared to do that before the election or before they take office, essentially.
Okay.
But I hear your point that it's not necessarily something we need to rush.
Actually, I'm not married to a time in 2026.
Got it. Okay.
I am somewhat
You don't want to
wedded
rush it.
to yes.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Well,
if you want to say
I'll let you and the maker of the motion
say
figure that
September
out.
1st, 2025, 6, I'll go with that.
So help me understand
But
this.
it's up
Vice.
to you.
Yeah, help me understand. So your concern is enough time, or your concern? I'm having trouble
Why it's
understanding.
I'm wondering why it's necessary for council offices who aren't terming out. Why does this not take place when you're leaving office? That's what this was triggered by. Someone who left office who didn't leave, who retained access to the accounts.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about.
Yeah. I mean, I think, the policy itself, I think that's a fair question. And for me, I don't, it doesn't really matter to me when it's to take effect, because essentially, I think the concern would be if somebody wanted to opt in or to have a process, wouldn't we want that process to be stood up and firmed up rather than having to wait on, future elections? I don't know. I'm having trouble trying to marry the idea of, of the date and the integration date to, the relevancy of having a policy in effect. But if it doesn't pertain to, you, then it's already.
Council member, you can say no to a friendly amendment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then it's too complicated. Just for the record.
For the record, this is a complicated
It
matter.
is, yeah.
And it's giving our staffs, frankly, heartburn over the whole issue on social media, the websites, everything. So it's a heartburn issue, and personally, I like to delay heartburn until as long as possible. Knowing that I'm going to have to have an easy translation too.
But no, thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I just want to restate my memorandum for everybody here. It's the moving of my memo or our group memo with direction of the city clerk and the city attorney to collaborate on a training on communication and use of technology, including social media, that will be integrated into the council member transitions. That's my motion, and just to not complicate an already complicated matter, I'm leaving it as is, if that's okay.
Thank you.
That's your prerogative.
Thank you. All right, we have a few more hands. We do need to recess soon, but I'd like to try to get to a vote if we can. Let's go to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it quick. I just, as one of, I think, 3.5 that just went through some of this process. As I understand it, the training that we had through the city manager's office, through the city clerk's office, and the mayor's office, there was a lot that was provided for us that came out of similar issues, right, where people didn't feel prepared to go into a position. So I feel like, that was a huge leap forward just based on, horror stories that we had heard before that. This is a lot of work here as well. And I think the timing really, Vice Mayor, is as much about trying to get everybody on the same sort of data set and systems as it is about the transition from office to office. So just maybe a comment about the timing. But I just want to make sure we add 3 things to the next body of work that we think about how to help new council members come in. Just things like the timing of when the transition happens. When we're transitioning, everybody's off on a recess. And by the time January 5th or 6th rolled around, we're expected to be up and running, and we were not. And I'm looking across at other colleagues who, had it more difficult than me relative to that physical transition. The other thing is, a startup fund relative to, we're inheriting budgets just like you talked about. And, we get a number in November that is 100,000 less by the time we take over our office because it's our prior colleagues' prerogative to spend money, but nonetheless, that has a huge impact on our planning. We were already hiring people by the time we really knew what kind of a budget we had. So, you know, I think an opportunity to have a kind of a deep dive with those colleagues that just sort of came in and gone through this process would be helpful. I think we gave feedback on the training that we got, but some of the more practical on-the-ground issues that we faced around physical transition, budget transition, I think would go one step further to helping the next set of council members that come in. So I'm not making any friendly amendments, but I want to make sure we think about that for the next body of work that happens to make our council members coming in as effective as they can be on day one.
Thanks, council member. Appreciate it. Let's go to Councilmember Casey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tony, for your updates. Khaled, if I could ask you a couple questions, please. Sorry. I'm having a hard time sort of understanding. I recognize having generic sites for each respective office and those being part of the transition process. I'm not quite as clear as to what happens with the personal social media platforms if we use them for city business and opt not to use whatever the generic sites are. Now, what happens there in terms of when we leave? What obligations we're going to have? Because in your guys' memo, you have to, you say in section 3, to ensure continued services to constituents with no lapse, all outgoing mayor and city council members must transition communication accounts and software to the city clerks within 5 business days. Would that include if we were using social media sites to conduct city business, but they weren't any of the generic or the city-based sites?
Well, let's be really clear also that we have a group memo that's included in the motion that I think further clarifies there's a difference between an official social media account, which is an option but not a requirement, and a personal social media account that you would get to retain, even if you are using it to communicate about city policy or why you voted a certain way or to answer constituent questions or concerns.
But that sentence doesn't make it clear whether...
I think the goal of the group memo is to make it clear, but Colin, go ahead and why don't you give your interpretation.
Sure. So I think there are 3 distinctions that we covered. One is the campaign, one is the personal, and the other one is the official. And the official is the one that the city either create for the council member, or it's created with the generic name like District 10, San Jose District 10. So from the technical aspect, the one that we created, we can always reclaim because it's created with a city email, and we can always transition that properly. The ones that are not created with a city email asset, that's going to be challenging for us to recover. But we're not asking to keep it because either personal campaign, the city does not have access to that. As far as the legality, what happens to that account after election, I will defer to Nora to help us with the legal ramification of, if there's any legal ramification with using that after the city and how that can be transitioned. But it's just to answer the question that I can address is if it's the city's assets or account using city email, then the city can recover that and transition that account to the next elected official.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was clear, particularly in that sentence that's in your group memo, that it excludes, because it says communication accounts in the most vague sense. If that excludes our personal.
I think the memo recommendation 1 of the group memo strikes social media and says the administration will provide city-based social media accounts when requested by the mayor and council members. So that would be then tied to a city-based email, therefore recoverable by IT, and would become an official city asset that would need to be handed off to the next council member if that is requested.
Okay, but just in terms of the resolution, just so I get the warm and fuzzies, if we could include, or at least make it clear that when you say communication accounts, in that language it also excludes personal or social media accounts.
I think that's the memo that was offered to remove the language that says social media from that paragraph.
And point of information, I know what you're. I see what you're referencing now, Councilmember Casey, and it's the second paragraph in Exhibit A3, administration of technology, and in that sentence, to ensure continued service To constituents with no lapse, all outgoing mayor and city council members must transition communication accounts and software, correct?
Right.
It is my understanding that we referred to email communications as the CRM system and web platforms since we struck it in the previous paragraph. So does that help provide a little bit of clarity to your question?
It does. It does.
And-
But
and-
I'm just concerned because we had conversations in the past where if we had city business in our personal account, that there was some requirement that it needed to be, I guess, cataloged for posterity for some reason. And I just wanted to be clear what our obligations are with our
Yeah.
personal accounts
And
5
that
days
would-
after.
That might be a question for Nora, would go into this training on, not blocking users or deleting
Right.
their comments if you're using your personal social media account. Who wants to answer that?
No, that was the original language, and I think that was modified by the memo. So the use for personal accounts can be used for that purpose.
And I think the concern that is underlying a lot of this discussion is personal accounts are often used for campaign accounts, but then when you continue, when you're in the city and you're potentially creating records that the city needs to access in response to Public Records Act requests, that's where it becomes difficult, and that's the idea behind trying to make it as easy as possible for IT staff and city staff, including your offices, to respond to PRAs. So that's the concern, I think, that has not been spoken yet.
And that's where, again, I think to the maker, to the point of the motion, I think having a training that just we have, at least in our office, gotten that training and guidance, but having it be consistent for everyone, I think is useful, just so people are clear on the rules of the road. Like, we know not to delete or block people if we're using a personal account for official business in some way, as an example.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. We're gonna have to take a recess. We're nearing 12:30. A couple of us have a commitment outside of chamber, and we had contemplated taking a lunch break, so we will come back and vote at 1:30. Or I'm sorry, we'll come back and take additional comments at 1:30. So we'll take a recess. right. Good afternoon. Welcome. We are now reconvening and continuing the San Jose City Council meeting for the afternoon of May 20th. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Sorry. Campos?
Present.
Salas? Here. Cohen?
Here.
Ortiz?
Present.
Mulcahy?
Here.
Dwan?
Here.
Candelas?
Here.
Casey? Here. Foley?
Here.
Mahan?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, we took the Pledge of Allegiance earlier, so we are going to go to invocation and ceremonials, and then we will come back to finish up item 3.3. Today's invocation will be provided by Moni Kanta, and Council Member Ortiz will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. My final invocation for the month of May will be delivered by Moni Kanta, a champion of the great tradition of mariachi culture. Moni has performed around the world, including as a member of San Jose group Mariachi Azteca, and has delighted audiences with her soulful rendition of ranchera classics. Moni is also a terrific leader in music education, leading programs at the School of Arts and Culture at Mexican Heritage Plaza and collaborating with other San Jose cultural institutions such as San Jose Jazz. Moni has played a starring role in making the Fiesta del Mariachi at MHP an instant East San Jose tradition. It is now an honor to invite Moni to please kick us off with her rendition of Mi Ranchito. Thank you.
Allá, atrás de la montaña, donde temprano se oculta el sol, quedó mi ranchito triste y abandonado y a mi labor. Ahí me pasé los años, allí encontré mi primer amor. Y fueron los desengaños los que mataron a mi ilusión. Ay, corazón, que te vas para nunca volver. No me digas adiós. Vuelve a alegrar con tu amor de ranchito que fue de mi vida ilusión. Mal allá los ojos negros que me embrujaron con su mirar. Si nunca me hubieran visto, no fueran causa de mi pena. No me digas adiós. No te despidas jamás si no quieres saber de la ausencia al dolor. Mal allá los ojos negros que me embrujaron con su mirar. Si nunca me hubieran visto, no fueran causa de mi pena. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Wow, what a voice. Thank you. That was great. Okay, we're going to continue on. Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. We're going to continue on with ceremonial items. We'll start with Councilmember Mulcahy. If you would join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim May as Building Safety Month.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, as a theater guy, I know what a tough act that is to follow. That was beautiful. Thank you. Today, I am proud to be at the podium presenting our mayor, on behalf of our mayor and city council, to recognize May 2025 as Building Safety Month in the city of San Jose. We're here to recognize the essential role that the safety of our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play in our daily lives, especially during emergencies. From the places we live and work to the roads and utilities we rely on, safe buildings are the foundation of a strong community. We also want to spotlight the dedicated professionals who make this all possible, many of whom are walking right down here now. These are our building safety and code officials, fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, and so many others. They work largely behind the scenes, but their impact is felt every single day. In San Jose, our building division is a national leader. Each year, they issue around 28,000 permits and conduct more than 100,000 inspections. Their work ensures that what gets built in San Jose is safe, efficient, and up to code. Let's also give a shout out to the programs our talented teams have developed to support safe and accessible building. Best Prepared Designer, supporting smart and safe design from the very start. ADU Ally, helping homeowners add more housing through accessory dwelling units. STAR, streamlined tenant alteration review, making it easier for small businesses to open and grow. SRP, streamlined restaurant program, helping restaurants launch quickly and safely. Building Safety Month is not just about professionals. It's also about public awareness. So let's educate and empower people to protect their homes and communities. Today we celebrate and thank those who work every day to make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. To receive this proclamation on behalf of the countless people who make this work possible, it is my great pleasure to introduce San Jose's very own Deputy Director of Planning, Building and Code Enforcement, and Chief Building Official, Lisa Joyner.
Thank you, Councilmember Mulcahy, Mayor Mahan, and the members of the City Council for this proclamation recognizing May as Building Safety Month. My name is Lisa Joyner, San Jose's Chief Building Official, and I'm honored to accept this recognition on behalf of the entire Department of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. Building Safety Month is an international campaign dedicated to raising awareness about the vital role building safety plays in our daily lives, from our homes to the schools where our children learn and the workplaces that support our community. This year's theme, Game On, reminds us that building safety is not a behind-the-scenes effort. It requires teamwork. It's a shared mission highlighting the importance of planning, preparedness, and working together. We want to thank our community of dedicated professionals, including architects, engineers, inspectors, construction workers, electricians, plumbers, and many more who work tirelessly to keep our city safe. Our work not only protects lives and property, but also supports innovation, sustainability, and resilience in San Jose. I invite everyone to join us at our annual Building Safety Month open house this Thursday, May 22nd, here at City Hall. It's a great opportunity to meet our staff, learn about building safety, and discover resources to protect your family and property. Thank you again for your continued support and for helping us shine a light on the importance of building safety this month and throughout the year.
Thank you all very much. Let's get a big group photo for anyone who wants to kind of crowd in here in the middle. Lisa, why don't you come into the middle? That proclamation. I'll come back. There we go. Chris, do you have a window?
Yeah, that was
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Congrats. All right. Thank you, Council Member. And next, I'll ask Councilmember Kamei to join me at the podium as we recognize and proclaim May 18th to 24th as Public Works Week. Councilmember?
Matt, are we going to ask them to come down? Come on down. Public Works. We're going to have to go 4 lines deep.
See? Well, we're rolling deep.
All right. Let's get this done.
Come on down.
Yeah, that's what happens. It was your idea to bring him down, Mayor.
Yeah. Catherine. Come on. Catherine. Okay. Today, it is my pleasure to celebrate National Public Works Week for 2025 with the theme of People, Purpose, and Presence. I am joined today by representatives of frontline staff across all of the divisions of our Public Works Department who provide critical services across the city of San Jose for the welfare of the community. We are also joined by the directors of environmental services and transportation departments who are often included in public works across the country. Public Works is one of the largest departments of the city with a wide diversity of roles as the builders, architects, engineers, inspectors, and administrative staff for our critical infrastructure. And I love infrastructure. This community building work includes roads, bridges, sanitary and storm systems, street lights, traffic lights, and as well as community facilities like parks, fire stations, libraries, community centers, service yards, and City Hall. So they touch just about everything. Public Works also drives the maintenance of our radio communication system, fleet vehicles, and facilities. They drive economic development impacts through development services and the Office of Equality Assurance. But last but not least, Public Works cares for the well-being of companion and wild animals that so many of us rely on in our lives as family members and the living creatures in the habitat that we share. So they absolutely do a tremendous amount of work, and I am truly grateful. I would now like to ask Matt Loesch to come, our Director of Public Works, to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan, Councilmember Kamei. I am honored to support these great team of professionals. The theme of Public Works Week this year is people, purpose, and presence. You know, San Jose talks about itself being an A to Z city, you know, an airport to a zoo. Well, we describe ourselves as an A to Z department, animals to zoo exhibits. See how I did that for you? We also build the airport too and those kind of things, but our people are the things that drive our department. We're problem solvers. We fix things that are broken. We lift wood and we get to work. People call us when they need things fixed. Our purpose is often to construct and maintain many things, from its EIHs to our fire engines to our plant dredges, and our purpose is great. The presence,
The best thing about being an engineer, especially a civil engineer, is you get to touch and experience the things that we work. I brought my brother here from Seattle a couple of years ago, and I drove around, and I thought it would be a short tour of the things that were different from when I started 20 years ago to now. 2.5 hours later, we barely touched half of the city. It's amazing what we touch as engineers. The cool thing about being a problem solver is we get to make someone's day a little bit more comfortable, whether it's their cars to work, hopefully faster sometimes, the buildings cool and comfortable, an animal rescued, and our roads smooth. Our work is often behind in the background, whether it's our AV team supporting the state of the city over the weekend, the security to keep us safe, the facilities set up, our buildings safe, workers paid, and radios ready to transmit. Yes, we are an A to Z department because of our people, our purpose, and our presence. Thank you again.
Thank you all. Appreciate your work. Great afternoon. Hey, thanks for everything. Great weekend. What's that? Half an hour later, we'll be back in our seats. Yeah. All right, and last but not least, we will invite Vice Mayor Foley to come down to the podium as we recognize and proclaim May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I proclaim May as Mental Health Awareness Month in the city of San Jose. Since 1949, communities across our country have recognized May as a time to raise awareness about mental health, its importance, its impact, and the role each of us has in supporting emotional and psychological well-being. Our mental health is our health. It affects every aspect of our lives, how we think, how we feel, how we connect with others, and how we function in day-to-day life. Prioritizing mental health helps us build stronger families, more resilient workplaces, and healthier, more connected communities. We know that mental health struggles are incredibly common. Each year, 1 in 5 adults in the U.S. experiences a mental health condition. We may have family members experiencing anxiety, depression, and mental illness. COVID and the isolation resulting from it affected many of us, and our youth are facing growing levels of stress, anxiety, and depression. I know personally far too many parents who have lost their children to suicide. Despite how common these challenges are, stigma continues to be one of the biggest barriers to people getting the support they need. Too often, individuals suffer in silence, feeling ashamed, isolated, or afraid to ask for help. This month, and every month, we must work together to break the silence and eliminate the stigma. By talking openly about mental health, we can create a culture of compassion, empathy, and understanding. Whether it's seeking therapy, supporting a loved one, promoting mental health in the workplace, or simply checking in with our family and neighbors, this simple act shows that they are not alone, that we see them and care about them. In San Jose and throughout Santa Clara County, many organizations work tirelessly to provide prevention, early intervention, treatment, and recovery services for people in need. I would like to take a moment to recognize and express gratitude to Assemblymember Gail Pellerin for her leadership at the state level. Her efforts have been instrumental in shaping forward-thinking policies and securing resources that support mental health across California. While Assemblymember Pellerin was unable to join us today, we are joined by members of her staff who helped to carry her advocacy forward and to accept this proclamation, and some of you may recognize Marianne Groen. We're so glad you're over there. Let us remember, mental health is not a personal issue, it's a community issue. It affects our children, our neighbors, our seniors, our veterans, our unhoused neighbors, and so many others. Today, we can build a community where mental wellness is not only talked about, but prioritized, supported, and celebrated. I'd like to invite Marianne forward to say a few words, if you're prepared, spontaneously, before Mayor Mahan presents you with the proclamation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. This is the first time I've been at this podium. I am District Director Marianne Groen from Assemblymember Gail Pellerin's office. And Assemblymember has had some very personal experiences with mental health challenges in her family. She's deeply committed to providing more state resources and always looking for resources. Please contact our office if you feel like you have something you want to bring forward to the state. I also want to say there's a few things that you can do if you're feeling down. Some questions to ask very quickly. How long have I been feeling this way? If you feel down. Has my appetite or sleep changed? Do I still enjoy doing the things I loved? What helps me feel better? Gardening is my thing. Have my loved ones noticed a change in my mood? Is there anything that is bothering me or contributing to my low mood? How can I take better care of myself? Self-care. So I'm actually learning from the Gen Zs and the millennials. We have a few of them working for us. They don't mind talking about mental health. They're all about it. So please check in with your family members, call someone you haven't called in a while, and just say, hey, what's up? Invite them over for dinner, go out to dinner with them. Do things together. Coming out of COVID, we all need that. I really want to thank the Vice Mayor for taking this on, and let's work together to do this, and thank you very much.
Thank you all. So we're going to go to 3.1, report of the city manager, and then we will pick up where we left off on item 3.3.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. So building upon Councilmember Kamei's recognition of Public Works Week, I would like to acknowledge a specific team in the Public Works Department and their incredible work, which is our Public Works Interim Housing Team and the work that they're doing every single day. Their work may often happen behind the scenes, but its impact is deeply felt, especially when it comes to addressing one of our most urgent challenges, unsheltered homelessness. Reducing unsheltered homelessness is no small feat. It demands a one-team approach, and our Public Works team has stepped up with dedication, creativity, and effectiveness. With over 80, yes, I said 80 Public Works staff involved, this team is not only delivering results for our City Council focus area of reducing unsheltered homelessness, they're redefining what's possible. And we weren't in this business just a few years ago, so this is all new for the city. Their work requires close coordination across departments, a continuous push to keep projects on schedule, and a willingness to experiment with new design and delivery methods. They have engaged in innovative approaches like design-build contracts, philanthropic partnerships, and piloting different building manufacturers and procurement strategies, all to deliver safe shelter faster. Traditionally, projects of this size and complexity take 2 to 4 years. Our Public Works interim housing team is completing these in less than 2 years. For example, the recently completed Via del Oro project successfully installed 136 housing units and provided 150 beds. The team found innovative solutions to streamline the partnerships, planning, and construction, getting this site up and running in less than 18 months. That is nothing short of remarkable. They're also working with our housing department to help develop new programs in our homelessness response, supportive parking, transitional hubs, congregate shelters, and developing everything from scope of work to construction needs. When challenges arise, and they do, this team jumps into problem-solving mode without skipping a beat. We often don't see the faces of Public Works, but today we do. These individuals represent the purpose of public service. If you are part of the Public Works interim housing team, would you please stand up so we can recognize you? Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you all for everything you do day in and day out. You're not just building projects, you are building hope and dignity for our unhoused neighbors and a stronger community for all. Happy National Public Works Week. Thank you again, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you, Jennifer. Well said. And yes, a huge thank you to our Public Works Department, and especially the team that's figured out how to stand up interim housing faster and more cost effectively. Thank you all. We'll let you get back to work. Okay, so we are going to pick up where we left off. We had a couple of hands still up on item 3.3. We do have a motion on the floor. We will go to Councilmember Cohen now.
Thank you. It's hard to sort of pick right back up in the middle, but hopefully I'll remember what it was I wanted to comment about. First of all, I think it's important. While I think the memo that I signed on to is a good one in that many of us try to brand ourselves differently, and I think the branding can be unique from council member to council member, and that's, I think, the reason why we want to allow some flexibility on social media. The branding might include our name or just our council district. We all do different things. But I think it's important to remember, just to reiterate, the responsibility doesn't change just because you use a personal social media account versus a city-administered one. That's why when I came into office, I had a personal account, a campaign political account, and then created a third separate social media account for any official work. And I think it's just want to remind council members, I'm sure you all know, but when we post things and direct people to an official, what becomes an official site, even if it belongs to us personally, we can no longer post political things on that social media page. That's true regardless of how this policy moves forward. And I think there are times when I get concerned about people skirting the line. That's why I think what Councilmember Kamei brought up is important, that creating some kind of official training module so people understand the roles and responsibilities of using social media in a political office is important. So I fully support the idea of investigating that. I do want to ask one clarifying question. I don't know who, maybe Tony, you're the right person on this one. I think this follows on to the questions that the Vice Mayor had about the timing. The way I read the policy change that was in the staff memo was that anybody who's currently in office and using a URL or something that's not a city-issued account can continue to do so until the office transitions to a new person. Is that correct how I read it? Or will there be a requirement that everything switch over even for people who are finishing out their current terms?
I definitely think call it or Matt should come down, but the .gov thing is the issue.
The .gov thing's a law that says 29 is the year that it takes effect. So between now and 2029, we would all have to switch our URLs. For those of us who turn out before 2029, I would imagine that those kinds of specifics don't matter as much, and that it's when the new council member comes in that we would have to make sure that they come in under the new policy. Is that correct?
There are a couple things. Keller Tawfiq, Chief Information Officer. There is a website, which is a state mandate that requires all domains to be .gov by January 1st, 2029. So that's regardless of election or anything like that. What we included in the memo to convert CRM tools into the city Salesforce tool basically by December 2025.
Right, okay, so specifically, just to make it clear, specifically, the only thing that it applies to on the timing is the CRM. I'm fully supportive of that CRM transition, and we were asking for a CRM for years before. We're really glad we have that, and it also allows for better coordination across the city. There's no doubt that that's a separate issue then.
And as far as the December of 2025, half of the offices already converted to Salesforce as of today.
Right.
So we're halfway through, and we're looking forward to the rest.
But other things like social media, and I mean not social media, but all the other rules that we're putting into here, email and website and all those things. Obviously, email is standard, but website and all that doesn't have to switch.
Correct. We don't have a date in the memo to make any other changes other than these two.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Dwan.
Thank you, Mayor. This transition policy take the politics out of the political office transition. It's a shame that we serve our community, and it doesn't matter if you're in the office or where you're stepping out, you want to make sure the transition is clear, precise, and help to continue the good work that we've done out there for the community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. And let's go back to Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you so much. Actually, I think this has been good discussion because at the end of the day, it's really about accountability. And so I want to thank Councilmember Candelas for including the training component because I think that at the end of the day, it is a responsible, proactive measure that we want to ensure that taxpayer dollars are used appropriately and that there is a differentiation between official city business, personal, and campaign. I think that we are accountable to the public, and when we see an opportunity to improve how we can govern and protect public resources, we should do it. So I just want to say how much I appreciate that.
Thanks, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Candelas, for incorporating the training component. And I think we are out of questions and comments. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you all. We will go on now to item 4.1, community-led solutions to domestic violence. This is a report with a staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Sarah Sarate, Director of the City Manager's Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations. I'm joined today by Kaylin Kenny, Assistant to the City Manager, and our consultant partners from the Battered Women's Justice Project, Dr. Suata Warrior, Maria Jose Fletcher, and Amy Sanchez in the audience. We're here today to provide an update on the Community-Led Solutions to Domestic Violence project. We do have a PowerPoint that'll eventually make it up. Thank you. This presentation is the culmination of several years of overlapping council direction, staff committee and council reports, and collaboration with community stakeholders. It began with the work of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Advisory Committee that provided a final report to Council in May of 2022. This was a community-led task force that provided recommendations around police reform and alternatives to police response and included members of the Racial Equity Action Leadership Coalition, known as the REAL Coalition. In 2023, the REAL Coalition collaborated with staff to identify priority projects from this body of work. The 3 priority projects identified are outlined on this slide. There was also complementary direction and funding included in the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget process. My office has brought to the City Council several reports over the last 18 months to complete this body of work. The local government violence prevention research provided City Council with research on violence prevention models in other jurisdictions to learn about other approaches, city approaches, including how they staff and fund offices of violence prevention and how those service models related to the city's approach. The report was supplemented by an MBA providing options for the City Council's consideration for increasing investments in violence prevention efforts. The second report, exploring alternate and co-response models to select 911 calls for service, explored 9 categories of police events for possible development of alternative service models. Follow-up direction was subsequently presented to Council in February of this year, and our report also provided an update on the parallel project that we're presenting today. The Community-Led Solutions to Domestic Violence project was inspired by the Reimagining Public Safety Community Advisory Committee recommendation number 9, which called for community-based services and resources to support domestic violence survivors. This project was directed by the Mayor's March budget message for fiscal year 23-24 and included in the adopted budget to develop recommendations for community-based approaches to preventing and responding to domestic violence. We want to thank the Real Coalition for helping to inform this project over the last 12 months. 3 competitive RFPs were issued for this body of work that focused on engaging the community and namely domestic violence survivors on gaps in services. Importantly, the second procurement attempted to use funds to both conduct community engagement and a pilot project. However, this was not a successful RFP, as no bidders proposed combining both engagement and a project with the available funding. Because of this, the final procurement process focused on generating community recommendations to better understand the needs of survivors in San Jose. The Battered Women's Justice Project was selected, and they partnered with 2 local nonprofits, Maitri and Caminar, to conduct community outreach. Engaging community on this topic is difficult, as this subject comes with layers of stigma and shame. And for survivors specifically, it's tied to complex trauma that is often relived through memory. So before handing it off to Dr. Suwata Warrior, I want to take a moment to thank our consultants for leading this work, meeting people where they were, and building the trust needed for our community to share their experiences and wisdom in order to help us learn and improve in our service delivery.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and council members and members of the public. My name is Sujata Warrior. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for the Battered Women's Justice Project, and together with me is my colleague Maria Jose Fletcher to my left, who is the Director of the National Center for Systems Advocacy and Change, and our CEO is also here, Amy Sanchez, who's sitting way up there. But we really thank our partners, Maitri and Caminar, because this community engagement process would not have happened without the trust they have within the community and giving us access to domestic violence service providers, other community service providers, as well as survivors. And that led to us and our capacity to create safe spaces which allowed for survivors to share a lot of what they were experiencing, because our questions were structured around how did you know what was happening to you? Who did you ask for help? Did you know what help was available? What was the help that was provided? And this is all preceded by a literature review that looked at the 40 years of work that has happened in the nation in terms of what services are available, what government systems have done, what community service providers have done, all centered around those with lived experience and centering the voices of survivors and advocates and communities, because we have to engage with communities to understand what was going on. And so we really engaged in a process particularly focused on the marginalized among the marginalized. So really the LGBTQ community, young folks, folks who have been here for a long time, the elderly community, to get a sense of what the history has been, what people know, what they don't know. We engaged in many sessions giving survivors and community providers the opportunity to either come together in focus groups or opt out of that, but engage with us on a one-on-one interview that was either done physically here and or virtually. Listening to them, gathering all that information, we were then able to come up with 3 key findings, which are, first of all, naming what the problem really is and how do we educate for social change. Because it seems like many of the survivors, and we have a lot of quotes in the document, which is pretty dense, I think, but through that we were able to get at that even today, many survivors don't know what was happening to them is really domestic violence, and that there are services out there. The second key finding was the critical importance of healing and the creation of community-centered, community response to healing that occurs within the community and not necessarily outside. And the last one is really interrupting harmful interventions and expanding and creating new pathways to safety. We took a lot of that, brought it back to the survivors and community providers through a validation process so that we were really echoing what they were saying and that we were not making up stuff. So the validation was a critical piece because community engagement means that the community has to be part of the process, and what we are saying is reflective of what that community is, not necessarily what we think the community should be thinking. And because these communities are really the most marginalized within the marginalization, it's really hard for them to talk about what has happened to them, the multiple layers of trauma that guide the work, and how hard it is to trust folks to share what has really happened to them. And through these long conversations, and definitely with the help of both Maitri and Kaminar, we were able to come up with some recommendations, which are, which really is something that the survivors suggested, community providers suggested, is something that these folks were looking for. The first one really is the culturally responsive domestic violence education. It was surprising to us that after 30 plus years of work, there are still people who don't know what's happening to them is actually domestic violence, and the need they expressed that not only should systems be sort of educated on what the specific issues are for diverse community, but community members also should be educated on what is happening to them so that the stigma around domestic violence can be removed within all of these communities. They wanted to create a culturally responsive hub where they can call in and there would be like an advocate that would answer all the questions, like what's out there in terms of services, what systems can they rely on, can they call the police, what would happen, and really like a guidepost as to what they can access. And through all of this centering survivor realities, because in the last 40 years, we have come a long way, and much of it has been because survivors have really pushed for change. Invest in sort of building capacity of many of the smaller community-based organizations, or even in larger organizations, their capacity to serve survivors of domestic violence, because sometimes it could be like a healthcare provider that has a small program on domestic violence, but to expand it so that they are really connecting to their community and community members feel safe sharing what was happening with them. Strengthen the city presence in many of these communities because they want to see the connection that the community has to the city so that they feel that they have a place in the city. community. Invest in ongoing training. So this is, I mean, we all say, oh, we are all doing 20 hours, 30 hours of training, but this is really ongoing, consistent training, because there's so much sort of people who leave, who know the issues, who have left, and new people coming in, not necessarily knowing what the specific issues are for specific communities. Because the ways in which we did the groups, we really wanted to ensure both language access across the board, so we had interpreters, but also disability access, not just disability like a physical disability, but people who have cognitive issues, so that, because they are really the marginalized of the marginalized. So the recommendation that came up was to really strengthen disability inclusivity and to make sure that there is a service infrastructure, that there is not a long wait for people to get what they want. Because right now what is really happening is when we need a specific, let's say there's a deaf person that needs access, they have to sometimes wait 2 or 3 days before they can get somebody to come and interpret for them. So really to change and shift some of that. And rethinking the way housing is provided, to create specific housing near where the survivor lives so that they don't have to change and shift communities, but having housing that is specifically designated for survivors of domestic violence. And then, of course, given what we heard around different terms that are used, sort of clarifying all of that, because in the 40 years, we've gone from battering to domestic violence to family violence to intimate partner violence. It creates utter confusion in the community. So to have sort of clear terminology that this is what we mean, and definitely what the city means by it, and share, connecting with the county too, to really come up with clearer definitions and to measure what is really happening so that everybody gets a sense of what the services are, how the services are being provided, are folks accessing it, and to measure it in a way that aligns with everything else that's come before. So thank you all for letting me share, take this opportunity to share the study, and I'll turn it back to, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Sujata. Kaylin Kenny, Assistant to the City Manager in the City Manager's Office of Administration, Policy, and Intergovernmental Relations. I want to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the members of the public who engaged in this work and trusted us with their stories. To ensure this important work continues, we collaborated with other city departments and teams to identify intersecting programs that will be informed by the findings and recommendations of this report. Highlights include the Immigrant and Disability Affairs work of the City Manager's Office of Racial and Social Equity, collaboration on housing options for survivors through the work of the Housing Department, supporting the implementation of the Children and Youth Master Plan and Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services, and using these recommendations to inform the Police Department's contracts with YWCA to connect survivors with advocates. It is important to note that there is not currently additional funding allocated to implement report recommendations. To highlight a potentially related effort, there is a new grant program run by PRNS using opioid settlement funds included in the proposed budget for next fiscal year. All San Jose nonprofits will be able to apply for funds, including nonprofits that serve at-risk communities, for agencies to implement prevention and awareness initiatives to reduce the risk of opioid overdoses and deaths. This would be dependent on the proposal meeting the allowable uses and target population outlined in the forthcoming request for proposal. It is also critical to highlight that we partner with the County of Santa Clara Office of Gender-Based Violence Prevention, who leads this work and funds domestic violence work regionally, and is also working on a complementary prevalence study expected later this summer. Staff has committed to continue to coordinate with the county and use the report to inform our work moving forward. This concludes our presentation, and we welcome any questions.
Great. Thank you all for the presentation and the detailed report. We appreciate your work and following up on the direction council gave through a prior budget message. We're going to go to public comment first, and then we'll come back to the council.
Okay, when I call your name, please come on down. And first person, the microphone, go ahead and start speaking. The other people can line up behind him or her. I have Pancho Guevara, Erica Villa, Sandra Asher, Eugene Torres, and Darcy Green to start. And since I'm only seeing 3 people, I'm going to go ahead and call Kira Kazantzis and Hector Sanchez Flores. And that's all of the cards.
Hi, Darcy Green, Executive Director at Latinas Contra Cancer, speaking today in support of the letter sent to you by the Real Coalition and as a survivor of intimate partner violence. I didn't call the police when it happened, not because I didn't want safety, but because I knew that calling could and probably would make things worse for me, for my family, even for the person who harmed me. And I'm not alone. There are many of us in this city, people surviving violence in silence, because the systems that are supposed to protect us sometimes also harm us. That's why this pilot we are continuing to ask for matters. We deserve more than the limited tools that currently exist. We deserve care. We deserve healing. We deserve real options and pathways to safety that don't come with fear or criminalization or discrimination or any of the harm that sometimes comes from these systems. You've seen the study, hopefully. You've heard the truth from this report. Please choose to fund and move forward the pilot that we've outlined in our letter to you. Lives depend on it. Thank you for your consideration and care.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Asher. I'm a District 10 resident, a board member at Parents Helping Parents and Community Solutions, and a member of the Real Coalition. I'm also mom to a young adult with multiple disabilities. First, I want to really thank the staff and the Battered Women's Justice Project for their work in identifying gaps in our city's response to domestic violence and including disabled survivors. The study clearly shows we need better ways to address violence and alternatives to intervene without relying on police. I support the 2 memos submitted and the Real Coalition's call for a community-led design phase. I speak today because of my friend Joanna, who cannot be here. She's caring for her 8-year-old son with Phelan-McDermid syndrome. As his condition worsened, he began unintentionally hurting her, biting, kicking, pulling her hair. She's covered in scars, and she suffers in silence, trapped by love and duty. Interpersonal violence isn't always escapable. Parents of disabled children often can't leave. And for many with disabilities, they may not even recognize abuse or are trapped by forced poverty and dependence. Joanna is terrified at the thought that someday someone will react violently to her child who may unintentionally hurt others because he doesn't understand his actions. She's afraid to call the police, not just for herself, but for her child's safety. This isn't rare. Many families are terrified the police will be called on their loved ones who can't comply because they're not capable, whether it be from mental illness, cognitive inability, or complete dysregulation. We urge the city to expand the pilot to include all forms of interpersonal violence, not just intimate partner violence. And we need voices like Joanna's at the table, people who simply want to feel safe in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kira Kazantzis, and I'm with Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits, which is also a proud co-convener of the Real Coalition. I'm a D3 resident. I just want to start by appreciating the consultants' excellent work and also staff's work over the many years to get us to this point. This is now 3 years after the Reimagining Public Safety process and report, and I think at this point it is time to advance the work of creating alternative community-designed interventions to violence. The report confirms that many community members, for numerous reasons, as we've just heard, do not want to involve law enforcement in matters of interpersonal violence. Therefore, we propose moving forward with a pilot design process that staff apparently has managed to fund some modest funding for. And we hope council sees their way clear to advancing that idea. This proposal is consistent with the city's longstanding investment in what was the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force and is now called San Jose YAY, and Best Services, as well as the Children and Youth Master Plan. Thanks for considering this request. The coalition very much works forward to the opportunity to partner with city staff on this project.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for bringing us here. I think it's a very special topic that we get to engage with. My name is Eugene Torres, and I am the Director of Programs at Family Supportive Housing and also a member of the Real Coalition, the Racial Equity Action Leadership. Here today to urge Council to approve the staff report and support the memo from Vice Mayor Foley and Council Members Kamei, Campos, Cohen, and Ortiz, and the proposal offered by the Real Coalition for a community violence intervention pilot design. Also want to support Councilmember Doan's memo to explore options to place safety placards in public and private spaces, as I feel like this is a community need and it needs community awareness. Thank you all for taking this important step forward in offering an alternative pathway of healing and empowerment to the community. This resource will have a positive, everlasting ripple effect in breaking generational traumas of learned violence. As much as we focus on tangible successes in the visual world, we need to double down on that energy and aim at the social world issues that burden entire generations and with uncertainty, pent-up energy, with unknown tools for healthy outlets or self-coping skills which provide people with their abilities to persevere and navigate through the social complexities with confidence and skills needed to ensure inner peace. Violence, unfortunately, seems to be a blame game within the bigger system versus what it could actually be, a byproduct of unlearned coping skills or unlearned communication skills or passed on trauma from lived experiences from generations beyond when somebody was born. Violence can be caused by neglect, deep-rooted traumas, lack of supportive pathways, and education overall, and has ingrained itself, unfortunately, into cultural norms of anger and distrust. This is across generations, and with this vote today, we have a chance to not only impact now, but impact generations to come. Thank you.
Back to council.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you all again for the report and the presentation today, especially the Battered Room Justice Project. Thank you. I want to thank survivors for their courage and vulnerability in sharing their experiences and helping to contribute to a system of care for all victims and survivors in our community. As has been mentioned, this report provides a basis for what we're seeing and experiencing on the ground as we consider the next phase of this project. I want to make sure we're aligning with the county, which I think was noted, and it's important to acknowledge that this, more than anything, while it's a public safety, it's really a public health issue, and our county is really well positioned to lead this work in a coordinated and trauma-informed way, as the report points to. So I understand that our County Office of Gender-Based Violence is in parallel preparing an assessment to fully understand how various services, including city services, might align. So I just encourage us with, I support the memos that were submitted. I think there was a group memo and then a single signature memo. As any maker of a motion incorporates those, I just, unless there's direction otherwise, encourage us to kind of align our implementation, both timing-wise and best practice-wise, with what the county's Office of Gender-Based Violence brings forward with their assessment, just because there's kind of parallel processes going on here. We've talked a lot about better coordination between the county and the various cities within the county. So thank you all again for the work and putting us in a position to plug into a coordinated regional response to this issue. So let me turn first to, I see Councilmember Dewan has his hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation, and thank you, the public speaker, who incredible courage to stand up and speak about these horrific acts, if you will. It's extremely sad that we are in the 21st century and we're still dealing with this. And I always say this, every one of us exists on this earth because we have a mother, and she's a woman. And I think that we need to respect, protect, and support our women out there. It is a travesty that a lot of these learned behavior from century ago have continued to today. I think we can make that change starting now and toward the future for a betterment of a better community. This not only helped the public safety to understand and recognize how to get the victim the help that they need, but also address the public safety that we continue to have. It's not only affecting our female, but also our male as well, and our young children. Especially coming up here in 2026 as we have FIFA and Super Bowl and March Madness. That's drawing a lot of abusiveness. In the middle of the game, people get excited. Human trafficking, sex trafficking, slavery, wage theft. And, you know, I want to undoubtedly support this because it's near and dear to my heart. I have dealt with many atrocity, and I have ran across many suffering in my 27 years career as a firefighter. And I think that if we all stand together, we start by the education, prevention, right? And then there's consequences for these things. We need to make sure that we live in a civilized world and we be the example for the rest of the world that this cannot happen anymore. In closing, I'd like to move for approval of the presentation, including my colleague's memo from Vice Mayor Foley, Kamei, Campos, Cohen, and Ortiz, including my memo today. Thank you.
Thanks, council members. Second from Councilmember Kamei, and we'll turn to Councilmember Kamei next.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask that the slide presentation, slide number 4, be put up. So I guess I just want to have clarification that, you know, it was my understanding when this came forward and the appropriation of $400,000 was made that we would get to the point of the City of San Jose will develop alternative community-based response programs for gender-based violence that provide an alternative to law enforcement involvement. And, you know, I appreciate that certainly the report reaffirms some of the information that we already knew, but I don't see, you know, it never got to the point of saying the programs may involve community teams designed to safely intervene in the incidents of domestic violence and survivor-led restorative practices for low-level gender-based violent crimes. So I guess while I understand that a lot of the information gathered was, you know, certainly valid and has reaffirmed what we have known, it doesn't get us to the point of what I thought the funding was for. So I understand that the entire $400,000 is been completed, but it never got to the program or the pilot. And so, you know, I'm hoping that with Councilmember Duan's motion, we also include the need for the pilot because we've known some of this already. This reaffirms it, but it doesn't get us to these are the things we might want to try. These are the things, and I don't know if the county is going to get to it or whatever, but if they're doing an assessment, we've already done the assessment. So I just feel that using public dollars, we really want to get to this alternative and pilot something. So Councilmember Duan, in your motion, that was included in terms of also including the pilot, because there's a little bit of funding left over.
I believe so.
Could we just ask staff to comment on,
yes,
on that before we finalize adding it to the motion, sir?
Thank you, Councilmember. Definitely the original intent was to do some community engagement, and for that community engagement to inform the design of some sort of pilot project. We did attempt to do that through our first RFP, but unfortunately we received feedback that folks in the community, local community-based organizations, had some concerns that they would have some conflict of interest issues if they were to design the program. So they were interested in doing community engagement, but if they designed the program, then they wouldn't be able to bid on programs later on. So because of that, we did a second RFP that combined both community engagement, design of a pilot, and then implementation of a pilot. That second RFP was not successful. We only received one incomplete bid, and that incomplete bid was only for the design of a program, suggesting that there was not enough money allocated for also a pilot. For that reason, learning from RFP number 1, RFP number 2, we conducted a third RFP that was just around collating the community input and providing us enough information to make informed decisions around the design of some sort of community-based program. So now we're moving towards that direction, but I just want to make sure that I clarify that we attempted to do that in 2 RFPs, but we were not successful. And if I could just get some clarification, when we say move towards the pilot, are we speaking about the pilot that was attached to the public comment letter?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Yeah. And I guess that at the end of the day, we are looking to what's on your slide number 4, right? And if, you know, I don't know, if I'm interpreting that we're going to get there, then, you know, it's sort of, the report just affirms what we already know, right? And it doesn't get to the actual programming or where we want to go unless, you know, like, unless we continue on with a pilot, right? To see what works.
So we have a friendly amendment. I would like to ask a clarifying question, though, on how much money is unspent and what would it actually mean to allocate it to a pilot. That a pilot requires ongoing funding, and that's a budget action that I'm not entirely comfortable with us making here on this item. I'm curious to know how many dollars are unspent, and are they one-time or ongoing funds?
Thank you for the question. That's why I asked for clarification on what exactly we meant by pilot, because there's still what is being proposed, and I don't want to speak to the members from the public that submitted this proposal, is to convene some of the local organizations in the community to design the pilot. It is not to implement a pilot itself. We'd have to bring back to City Council whatever that design is, and it would have to be funded. We do have $50,000 that we can rebudget. That was part of the original, complementary to the original intent that we rebudgeted last year, and we may have some funds available through police reform work plan that we could rebudget.
And just so that would be a budget action, but just so I understand just so the council understands the implication of the friendly amendment, would the $50,000 that was unspent be sufficient to convene groups for some portion of the design work you're describing, or not? Because we don't want to encumber funds that aren't enough to do anything and then they sit there and nothing happens. I'd rather roll that into a broader budget discussion that this council is currently having.
According to the attachment that was provided in public comment, it looked like it was $100,000 that was being requested, so it's over the $50,000 that exists for this body of work. So there isn't sufficient funding in that bucket. We could explore the police reform work plan and see what funding is available there. However, the project that is being suggested through public comment also includes some components, for example, research for $20,000. So we'd have to probably have a conversation around what components would be a part of this convening of organizations because research has already been conducted, for example.
So the council is certainly entitled to give direction here as a body. I would recommend that we refer this to the budget process, that interested council members maybe consider a budget document that looks at the fact that we have 50,000 unallocated from what we had already allocated previously, and offers a plan for how much, where it would come from, and how it would be used, given that the remaining money is insufficient to do the next phase of work. So, Councilmember, I'll turn that back to you if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
It's just that at the end of the day, what was expected was that we would have a program, right? That's what it says, right? And I understand that you had to go through 3 RFPs, but I think that if it doesn't ever get to the alternative, then, you know, this will sit on a shelf. $400,000 will sit on a shelf, and what?
Yeah.
It doesn't serve the community. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. But I also want to be very clear that we want to get to a different place, and that is having alternatives to law enforcement. And I think that we're not going to get there if we keep doing assessments and research and more research. We know that this reaffirms what we had previously known. So, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
thank you, Councilmember. And actually, I think you make a great point, and I appreciate you raising it because it is one that we run into over and over again as policymakers. And I don't blame staff or the consultant for this outcome. I think it is a collective challenge when we want to make progress on an important issue and we have limited funding, and we often decide, let's take the next incremental step of doing a study or doing some research or getting a report. There is value in it, but we often don't know what will come next, or that we have the resources to then go do an actual implementation or expansion. I think the idea here, and I appreciate staff's attempt to try to get some real actionable value out of this, is to integrate it into the intersecting programs and policies, as I heard it in the report, which I think is a good attempt. But look, let's be honest, Councilor Kamei is right on. We've got a lot of studies we've done over the years, a lot of analyses, a lot of reports where the council said, at least it feels like we're doing something, and we went and spent 100, 200, 300 on the report, and it didn't necessarily lead to a lot of new impact. And that's why, as I have often been the Grinch up here and cautioned against more studies, more analyses, more reports, it's for this very reason, because we get a lot of good information. Often, though, we've spent that money and there's not a whole lot of new impact or net new people served. So it's a challenge. It's just a resource constraint we face as a body. Yes, Jennifer, you may chime in as well. Go ahead.
I'd like to chime in.
Please.
Perhaps, Sarah, we can issue a manager's budget addendum of what could be purchased with that $50,000 that's remaining, and then that can be decided through the latter part of the budget process. And so you can see how far that money would go in the design part, and then the council could decide to do that with that or something else, depending on what their policy priorities are.
And perhaps even, I mean, just for the sake of our education, without overcomplicating it, it sounds to me like it would need to be more than 50,000. So maybe just being explicit about what would be next steps that would be meaningful that might be in that range. But I think that's information for the council to then make an informed trade-off if we want to do more.
Yeah, but I think we can just proactively issue a manager's budget, a short, very brief, almost like a cost estimate of what that 50,000 might buy and what the outcome of that money would be if we spent it.
That would be very helpful, but I think that keep in mind that the goal is to do some implementation, right? And not just do another study or another assessment or another, gathering of information. Thank you.
Yeah, I would be happy to do that with Kaylin. And I feel like I need to mention that short of getting additional funding, this report is actually being used. We just had a meeting at the CSA level that was hosted by Deputy City Manager Angel Rios to convene everybody in the organization that could use this information to advance education work in the community. So we're going to use this information, we're going to collaborate with the county and move it forward.
Okay, good to hear that there is some standalone value in this report, making us smarter and better and more trauma-informed in the existing work we do. It's hopefully adding value in that way. That's a good point. Okay, I think we may have still had a hand up. We do, Vice Mayor.
I've been waiting patiently to weigh in, but not too patiently. Look, this is about breaking the cycle of violence. That's what it's about. The report is great. It's really good information, but the action is what's important. And I appreciate the recommendation from the Real Coalition, but to me, that's just another study step. It's another, let's figure out what kind of a pilot we can do. I want to see some action. I want to see the steps that we're going to do, the things that we can implement to break the cycle of violence. Because we know, and Darcy, thank you for sharing your story, that it's very difficult to leave your batterer. You may have children. You may have financial implications that keep you in that household for far too long. And then by the time you finally do leave, your children have been affected in a huge way, and the cycle continues. And they may result, these victims of domestic violence end up becoming unhoused because there's not enough shelter capacity for victims of domestic violence, or then interim housing or permanent housing for victims of domestic violence. So we need to find a solution and an implementation, and yes, we have to involve the county. Absolutely, the county has to be involved. So what I was going to recommend a MBA on this topic, so I'd love to see an MBA come forward that has some detail to it. One of the reasons I signed on to the memo is because it's on the item number 3, it says return to council with an implementation plan. That's really important. I don't want this to be like any plan that sits up on the desk, like you mentioned, Councilmember Kamei. We need to take action. We need to break the cycle of violence. We're not going to solve it. We have to solve it one family at a time. And that takes education, it takes a lot of tools, and it takes a strategy, but we have to do it in conjunction with the county. And of course we have budget limitations, but we can find $50,000 doesn't sound like a lot of money, and maybe there's somewhere else that there's some little funds not being used that we might be able to use. So I look forward to the MBA, and I look forward to moving this forward. It's a critical, critical issue. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. Okay, Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you all again. Okay, we're on to item 5.1. This is a report on bids and award of contract for major streets resurfacing. We do not have a staff presentation. Tony, do we have public comment on item 5.1?
I have no cards on this item.
Okay, coming back to the council.
Move approval.
Second.
Great. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item 8.1. This is the amendment to Chapter 13.16 of Title 13 of the San Jose Municipal Code for Entertainment Zone Ordinance related to 2026 sports events. We do have a staff presentation, so we'll turn to staff as soon as they're ready.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Carrie Adams Hapner. I'm the Director of Cultural Affairs in the Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs, also referred to as OEDCA. I'm here today with Deputy City Manager Rosalind Huey and OEDCA's Special Events Director, Melina Iglesias. We're very excited to come to you to recommend an amendment to the municipal code to establish an entertainment zone policy in accordance with California Senate Bill 969. This new bill was effective January 1st, and it allows cities to establish entertainment zones that allow the sale of to-go containers of alcohol that can be consumed outdoors within a geographic public area, such as streets, sidewalks, and plazas. The goal is to help activate the public realm with entertainment and community-driven events to support businesses, create a festive atmosphere, and spur economic development. This state bill also has some requirements. Cities must enact a local ordinance to define geographic boundaries and operating hours. Cities must consult with law enforcement, and cities must report to the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, otherwise known as ABC, every 2 years. We also believe that this ordinance amendment aligns with the city's goals to grow the experience economy, particularly in light of the major sporting events coming to the region in 2026. Activation of an entertainment zone will be part of the city's special event permit application managed through OEDCA, which also involves interdepartment coordination with public safety, and also coordination with event organizers, and we strive to really maintain a very high level of customer service. Entertainment zones can only operate during the permitted special event hours, somewhere between 8 a.m. and 11:59 p.m. The geographic area must be visibly marked with signage, and as it always does, all ABC license conditions will continue to apply. Alcoholic beverages must be served in approved non-glass, non-metal containers per state law, and also patrons will be required to wear wristbands. Beverages can be taken into an entertainment zone, but not into an establishment where it was not purchased. Patrons must dispose of containers and recycling, compost, or reusable container receptacles before leaving the zone to support the city's climate-smart goals. The proposed ordinance was informed by special event best practices and feedback from businesses, event organizers, the police department, as well as from entertainment zone policy from the city of San Francisco, which was the first city to create these zones. And I've done my research, and I think San Jose is about to be the third city in the state of California to establish new entertainment zones. So if you could just imagine, once this gets adopted, imagine in 2026 when there's a FIFA World Cup watch party in an entertainment zone, you can buy something in a to-go container from a brick and mortar business and then go into the entertainment zone to watch the game on a big screen. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Rosalind Huey. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. So we just want to briefly share staff recommendations on the locations of the entertainment zones. We are currently proposing 6 zones in our downtown, and we want to build on our downtown's history as really the opportunity where we've been successful in hosting special events. Most recently, we had the great success with the DJ Fisher concert here at City Hall Plaza, and just last week, the Steve Aoki concert in the SoFa district. And we know that these types of events draw thousands of people into our downtown. So I'm just going to walk through the 6 zones very briefly. The first is San Pedro Street between West Santa Clara and West St. John, as well as West Santa Clara between San Pedro and Almaden Avenue, and West St. John between San Pedro and Terrain Street. Post Street between South Market Street and First Street, and this is also the location of our latest pedestrian mall. The SoFa District between San Carlos and East Reach Street. Little Italy along St. John Street and North Almaden Boulevard, Fountain Alley between 1st Street and 2nd Street, and the Paseo de San Antonio between Market Street and 4th Street. We do want to acknowledge 2 memos, one from the Mayor, Vice Mayor Foley, and Council Members Kamei, Salas, and Mulcahy, adding Sharks Way that connects districts to create an entertainment zone along St. John Street from North Montgomery to San Pedro Street. We also want to acknowledge the memo from Councilmember Ortiz adding 2 new entertainment districts along 2 stretches of Alum Rock Avenue. I do want to note for the council that in order to add any new entertainment zones at this time would require another reading of the proposed ordinance, because the ordinance currently, as it's currently drafted, has the 6 entertainment zones. So should council wish to add those zones today, we would come back for another first reading of the updated ordinance, followed by a second reading, and then thereafter the ordinance would become effective. So in implementation, of course, we would work very closely with ABC, our community members, and businesses in developing the administrative procedures and policies. And of course, we would do ongoing evaluation once the entertainment zones are implemented. And with that, that concludes staff recommendation and presentation, and turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Great. Thank you all very much for bringing this forward. Excited that San Jose is leading the way in new experiences, particularly as we get ready to host Super Bowl, March Madness, and World Cup next year. Appreciate all the collaboration between departments as well, including PD, who I know is very involved, and City Attorney's Office. We're going to go to public comment. Tony?
Yeah, I have 3 cards. When I call your name, please come on down. Zach Waldron, Gumby, and Anonymous.
Okay. So you can just line up if you turned in a comment card, and you still have a moment to turn in a comment card if you want to. Go ahead, Zach.
Honorable Mayor, Council Members, City Attorney, and City Manager's Office. My name is Zach Waldron, and I'm the CEO of Tailored by Design, an event production company deeply invested in San Jose's vibrancy and economic health. As the team behind popular events like the Gordon Biersch Night Market, the UVI Block Party Series, and the Silicon Valley Taco Throwdown, I stand before you today on behalf of TBD in strong support of the proposed establishment of entertainment zones. This initiative is a game changer for our small businesses. It allows us to create events that have a more significant and direct economic impact on the very businesses that provide so much of our city's character and daily vibrancy. Furthermore, these entertainment zones will generate additional revenue for our city and provide a more seamless user experience, perfectly timed for SJ26. The future success will also provide us with a model that can be utilized to include other areas of San Jose in the near future. I urge you to support the establishment of these entertainment zones. It's a crucial step towards making San Jose an even more dynamic and prosperous city for both our residents and our beloved small businesses, truly leading us to a better experience economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And also Kat Angelou, come on down.
Hello, Mayor, Council people. I'm Gumby. Today I'm representing the San Jose Downtown Association, which represents 2,000 businesses within the downtown corridor and 700 properties. So the Downtown Association is very excited to represent and support the entertainment zone ordinance. We feel that entertainment zones will enliven the downtown by enabling special events in multiple locations, and we actually hope to see all locations active at the same time. We are very glad this process is the extension of existing special events permits through the OEDCA because it provides a single point of contact for event producers. We also want to make sure that the OEDCA special events team is sufficiently staffed to meet increased demand for special event permits within entertainment zones now and especially for 2026. We would like guidance about whether staff thinks this will add more lead time to the special events permitting process, because we will need to communicate with the businesses and other special event producers. Safety is our #1 priority. Please make sure that enough SJPD secondary employment officers are available to work these special events. But we very much look forward to working with you to spread the word about this new ordinance with our downtown businesses and events producers after it's passed, and we're very excited for the future of downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm Kat Angelov, Policy Manager for the San Jose Chamber of Commerce, here in support of the proposed update to the Entertainment Zone Ordinance and subsequent memo from Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Foley, and Council Members Salas, Mulcahy, and Kamei. We believe this update is especially timely as several global large-scale sporting events come to San Jose and Silicon Valley just next year. The economic impact of the FIFA World Cup games, the Super Bowl, and the NCAA games that we're hosting is estimated to be in the hundreds of millions for San Jose and our region. Having policies and ordinances in place that support our economic development only increases any estimates. Further, the Chamber would encourage the city to expand the reach of this ordinance or future policies to include Shark's Way, as expressed in the subsequent memorandum, and the business districts. We'd love to see our business districts, truly thriving. This would give flexibility for watch parties, street festivals, and the like, and capture more of the economic output from special events such as those coming just next year. Finally, we would encourage the city to support AB 342 from Assemblymember Matt Haney, if you haven't already, which would allow bars and restaurants to serve alcohol until 4 a.m., as this would further support the objectives of the local ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. It looks like the other people aren't coming down, so back to council.
Okay, thank you, Tony. Thank you to our public speakers. I thanked quite a few folks. I should have added, thanks to IGR, this was a major advocacy goal for the city, one that my team and I joined in, but IGR worked on quite a bit, so thank you for their advocacy. Just a couple of quick comments. This is a great step forward for our ability to host world-class sporting events next year, but more importantly, to create a foundation for a more interesting and diverse set of social and cultural experiences that support our small businesses. This is really about helping small, local businesses imagine new types of entertainment and experiences out in the public sphere where people can just have a better experience. I think this is a vote to kind of help take our downtown and other commercial districts forward and keep evolving with our community. I did want to note in the group memo, I believe we learned after submitting our group memo that there are some restrictions on recommendation 2, and Nora, you may want to just clarify that we're quite limited, or at least, in fact, I think state law preempts us from actually having administrative amendments to the ordinance. Is that fair to say? So I think the spirit of it is we want as much flexibility at the ordinance level as possible for staff to be able to administer and make the right procedural decisions at the administrative level, but the way it's worded, at least, I don't think we'll be able to enable administrative amendments to the ordinance. I just want to clarify that for the record. Is that fair to say?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Otherwise, I think the recommendations in the group memo are still all valid. I think the obvious rationale for Shark's Way is we are talking about working with our San Jose Downtown Association and other partners to pursue a strategy of stitching districts. Gensler, a local design firm, did some pro bono work on this, and the concept being we've got great sub-neighborhoods within the downtown that aren't always as well connected, and enabling people to walk around in a safe, well-lit, activated area with public art and wayfinding is really important. And it, having this only live at Little Italy or only San Pedro would defeat the very purpose of stitching the districts and allowing someone as part of, say, a 2026 event to grab a beer or a glass of wine at San Pedro and actually go see Little Italy and make their way over to an event at Arena Green or in the SAP Center. So I think that's kind of the rationale there. Let me just see if there's anything else. In the group memo, we also recommend coming back to CED in 1 year with a report on implementation and impact. So we would, at this point, already be through Super Bowl and potentially, or presumably March Madness, and have an opportunity to make adjustments. I think there's likely to be a lot of demand in other districts, from Alum Rock and Little Saigon to Japantown, the Alameda, many other dense, walkable commercial districts with a lot of small businesses, particularly restaurants and bars. So I think the thinking at least was to come back at that time and consider an expansion based on what we've learned and kind of pilot this in everyone's downtown, because it really is a shared destination for not just our city, but really the whole region to be ready for 2026. Appreciate Councilmember Ortiz's memo. And the desire to start piloting in other parts of the city. I think we'll have some discussion here from staff on feasibility. I'm not philosophically opposed, other than the fact that I do think we've got to choose an area to pilot and then figure out the resources needed for expansion, and if we're ready to do that now, and how that should roll out beyond downtown. And then I have a couple questions, but I want to get colleagues in on this. Those were just my prefatory comments. So let me turn to colleagues, and Councilor Salas, we will go to you first.
First of all, staff, thank you so much. And I do want to mention that I guess thank goodness for 2026, but even without 2026, this is such a great step forward. San Jose has so many great little restaurants and little bars that are unique to San Jose, and we have the weather. So being able to, I can picture a time after 2026 when these become more the norm, when we have entertainment zones that people just enjoy, and the small businesses and unique businesses enjoy that. So to that end, I wanted to make a motion to accept the staff report plus the group memo, plus with just a little caveat, the memo by Councilmember Ortiz, but I'm a little confused. Can we still do that? Or I didn't quite understand.
Oh, we certainly can. I think the only question I have is, and I know there's interest, and I do worry about opening the floodgates to all the other neighborhoods around the city that want to do this. The original thinking, at least, was to pilot this in the downtown prior to 2026, and then come back to CED and look at expansions in other neighborhoods. I'm not opposed to going beyond that. I just want to make sure it feels fair to council members, and more importantly, that or equally importantly, that we even have staff capacity to do it. So I guess I just want to make sure we ask a few questions of staff on their comfort level and what resources are needed to begin going beyond the downtown core for the pilot phase of this ordinance.
Great, and I wanted to mention to my colleague, just for perspective, Post Street is a little bit less than 1/10 of a mile long, so we're going to learn a lot from that. The Shark's Way thing, which I think is fabulous with the stitching districts, is about a 1/2 mile long. Bourbon Street in New Orleans is about 0.6 miles long. And Councilmember Ortiz, the area you're showing, which I think would be fabulous, is 1.6 miles long. It's 3 times the size of Bourbon Street. So I think there's going to be a lot of learning that's going to kind of cascade through this. And the caveat I would put on your memo is that, as part of this study, we look into these really highly active areas. So by the end of the first year, we're able to really have looked into areas like the Alameda and specifically the ones you carved out. That would be fantastic, but they are huge and they're very active streets.
So I'm willing to forego the Exhibit B, the second one. The reason why I'm dead set on the first one in regards to Alum Rock by MHP. There's a lot of things going on in that area. We're starting a cultural district. We're forming a business improvement district. My understanding is our conversations in regards to the Super Bowl and the World Cup are, from what this council has said, that the whole conversation isn't just about downtown. We're going to expand it, right? And this is a vote to show that that's true. It shouldn't just be about downtown. We should be thinking, as the Super Bowl is coming, as soccer is coming, how could you leave Eastside San Jose out of a major event that highlights soccer? Our Latino community eats, breathes, and lives soccer, right? And so I understand totally where you're saying in regards to multiple locations. Happy to wipe out my second location, but we're already in discussions with the Mexican Heritage Plaza. I just proved this year that you can shut down the street for a festival, and so I would like my colleagues to please entertain this discussion, and then, hey, if we got to return the conversation and staff say, hey, we don't have the bandwidth or we don't have the ability, then that's fine. But I feel like if we're putting all our eggs in one basket for downtown, our cities, we just reached 1 million again, right? We can't continue to just put all of our resources in downtown without focusing on investments in other parts of our city, especially great opportunities like Super Bowl and the World Cup and everything like that. And so I just want to challenge this council to make sure that we understand we're bigger than downtown, and in many ways, these are the opportunities we should be investing in vulnerable communities. investing in individuals who haven't always benefited from the many economic contributions of this city. And there's no greater place where people haven't benefited than Eastside San Jose.
If I could just interject, because I do want to have, I want to ask Assistant Chief Schaub to come down if possible. I agree with everything you said, Council Member. I totally agree. I think the only question really is capacity and whether or not are we better off piloting quickly over the next few months in these small downtown districts that are centralized, where we have an incredibly diverse set of small business owners who largely represent the diversity of our city, and then coming back maybe soon enough this year to be able to add new zones, which may be Alum Rock, but may also be maybe other commercial, maybe the Alameda, maybe Little Saigon, in time for Super Bowl, but after we've tested with a smaller set of locations, which was at least the initial strategy, was to say, let's do a few small zones in downtown, figure out what this actually takes in terms of resources and what the risks are, and then start looking at the neighborhood commercial districts. So, Assistant Chief, if you want to add anything on your perspective, or other city staff want to just help us make an informed decision on how this rolls out, I think it would be helpful.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brian Schaub, Assistant Chief for San Jose PD. I'd first start off by saying, as a kid who grew up in the East Side, I appreciate and love the fact that you're including the East Side. I grew up a couple blocks from where this is proposed, so I love it. I will say, though, in terms of scale, it'll be challenging, to say the least. A mile and a half, because we're talking about not just shutting down the sidewalks, but shutting down the streets. There are a lot of inlets into that corridor. We have the buses that would be coming down that street. We would be looking at, under normal circumstances, a deployment of 2 officers or so for every block to 2 blocks at the most to be able to try and enforce this ordinance. And so if we were trying to incorporate an area of that magnitude, that scale, I don't know that we would have the resources to be able to do it.
Thank you so much for that answer, and that makes sense. My understanding is that just because these are the boundaries of the entertainment zone doesn't mean the festival or whatever event we put on has to be for the entire boundary of it. We could put on something that is essentially just around Alum Rock, or we could go, if we wanted to do an event in the Portuguese community, we could do something in Little Portugal. Am I wrong? Do we have to have our events be the entire boundary? I guess that's an answer for staff.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. You are correct that the special events permit has to be tied to particular geography. And so if the event organizer only wanted to host an event in a smaller portion than the entire zone, then that could be controlled through that special event permit. I also want to add, Council Member, is that as it relates to 2026 and all of the activations that we're planning, we indeed plan to host activations on the east side. We're already looking at Mexican Heritage Plaza. We would do that with or without an entertainment zone, because we would pull that special event permit and host that special event at the location. So I do want to assure you that we are planning for those special activations on the east side as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think I went a little out of order. I jumped around. I know Councilmember Salas had the floor. I appreciate Councilmember Ortiz's flexibility on maybe dropping the second side and continuing the discussion here. I would simply suggest that we either make sure the scale is achievable and that colleagues are comfortable with not further expanding to 5 or 6 others in everybody's districts, because I think this is quickly going to become very hard for us to actually find the staffing to manage and test. I'd also suggest, to the point about next year, which I think is a good one, trying to get this pilot phase where we're learning done fast enough that we can come back to council in time to potentially add other zones in time for 2026, because I know whether it's Little Saigon, Alum Rock, or the Alameda, there are going to be other areas that want to potentially do this, but we do need to learn, and we can't bite off the whole city at once. Let me go back to Councilmember Salas if he wants to finish his comments, questions, or make a motion, or we can continue on through the council members.
Yeah, I would go ahead and like to make a motion that we pick up staff's recommendation and the 2 members, with the caveat that we look at just Alum Rock, and that's more along the lines of a study after we've gone through the pilots in the smaller areas.
Second.
Okay, thank you both, and let's go now to Councilmember Mulcahy.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, staff, for going through this process, and thanks for the opportunity to talk with you directly about it. You knew what some of my concerns, reservations were about it. You know, I'm always looking for a chance to allow San Jose to party. I think it's really important for us to have a lot more fun in this town and remove barriers that have always been sort of in the way of doing that. And just wanted to point out to Councilmember Ortiz, I don't think any of this precludes the Alum Rock from rocking, right? I mean, they can still come and do a special use permit. They could still do, you know, all the events that are already happening there. And, you know, because it's one of the conversations we had, right? I've got, in District 6, we've got the Alameda, which is a natural extension right on through SAP after Shark's Way. And how do we address opportunities there? The other one is, of course, Willow Glen, Lincoln Avenue. The uniqueness of those and the uniqueness of the areas that Councilmember Ortiz put forward, those are major arterials that are like almost brain damage to close down. And in cases of Lincoln Avenue, really cost prohibitive to shut down the street because there's really no other way to get around Lincoln. You close that down, it's very difficult to send people elsewhere. So the vehicular traffic is almost, you know, it's impossible just to shut that down. So, and in many cases, the Alameda suffers from that same challenge. So I think we're talking about two different things, although I would say in the sample set that we're studying, Shark's Way going from San Pedro to SAP is probably the closest thing we have because it's really going outside of little pockets like Post Street is, or even SOFA, which is so used to having events like this that shut down the street. So what I'd love staff to think about is, does the entertainment zone ordinance really apply to those arterials that require a much greater demand to shut down? What does it enable those districts to do that they can't already do today, right? I mean, what I'd really be hoping you could figure out is how do you make it cheaper to do that in those districts that require such massive street shutdown and police presence to accommodate. So I'm not adding anything to the motion, but I'd like us to think about, as you come back with the report, is if we were going to be pushing you to be studying, you know, the streets that Councilmember Ortiz or Councilmember Candelas comes up with his baby, or I ask you to look at the Alameda and Lincoln Avenue again, what are the challenges, and are there some low-hanging fruit opportunities to make that more, you know, that makes it more able to shut those down without the heavy lift that happens today. So I like the pilot program. I did try to, my Brown Act group tried to get, you know, the Alameda in there, but for some of the reasons I've just described, the difficulty of adding that because of the major street issues, sort of backed off and want to use this as a study, but I hope we use it as an opportunity. So I guess I'll finish my long-winded diatribe there with a question. How might you look at, you know, these streets that we've just talked about as part of a report back? And when did we say this is coming back as a report? When, after a year? Are you doing this like after when?
Well, currently, as directed in the memos that were moved, it would be 1 year from now.
Yeah.
I think if folks felt strongly, someone could suggest a friendly amendment to do it earlier if we thought that was important. But you're right, it's a whole different animal when you're shutting down major thoroughfares.
So we're post Super Bowl and pre FIFA.
Yes, but keep in mind, any update requires, any new locations require an update to the ordinance, which means 2 readings. It means time to work with staff, bring it to rules, or it's staff initiated potentially. It would then come through the process of coming to council and then 30 days for a second reading. So it's not a super quick, I mean, that's why I say that timing 1 year from now is probably a little late to actually get FIFA in if we think we're gonna want additional entertainment zones.
Dare I even suggest March?
You can direct a friendly amendment to the maker of the motion, and we'll see if he and the seconder agree.
Would you take a friendly amendment to have that instead of a year
And
from
then
now?
We may also want to ask staff how they feel about it.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? I guess the first question is, what are we going to learn about, you know, the examples that are on the table are things like Alum Rock, Lincoln Avenue, the Alameda, which are similar but in length and shutting down the streets and people pulling their hair out because of it.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think one of the things that we would want to bring back to the council in terms of our learning is really associated with the event organizer's cost, right? And I think, and I'll turn to the experts here, but generally speaking, the cost of security and public safety, keeping the area safe, is primarily the highest cost to event organizers. We would be looking at other costs, permitting costs, other things, but I think that would be the one thing that we would want to bring back to share our evaluation and learning and things that we can apply as we look to create new entertainment zones.
So would you be open to being able to bring some of that back in March of next year?
Absolutely. We'd be glad to do that.
Okay. Would you take that friendly amendment? So we're adjusting the year
Absolutely.
to,
Yeah,
to
adjusting
March.
the year to March. Absolutely.
Is that okay with the seconder?
Oh, wait, Lee's weighing in.
Okay.
I just,
Go
I
ahead,
guess what I was trying to have Rosalind say is, I think one thing that we would want to do as well is just the cost to the event organizers is just the public safety constraints that we'll have versus Super Bowl is going to be, you know, a very limited scope of, you know, activation over a certain time versus, you know, World Cup's going to be 6 weeks of different events. And so we'll have public safety obligations around those events as well. So our analysis will need to incorporate what level of special events that the city's doing in addition to these permitted areas to make sure that we can cover all those responsibilities.
So I would just say that, you know, to my colleagues here, you know, there may be city-sponsored events that are going to be planned in different areas of the city, but the reality is if you've got promoters who are thinking about doing events in the city as it relates to these events, they should be already planning, right? So nobody should be waiting until March to see what this report says to determine whether or not they can have an event around, you know, Soccer Mania. Fair to say, right?
That is very fair to say. And Councilmember, I would say that we know already that these event organizers are going to be most interested in hosting events in downtown because they know that's where they're going to have the largest draw and where the highest level of activity is going to be. So that's why the staff recommendation was initially for these 6 locations in our downtown, because we think as relates to the major events, this is where the big events will happen.
Okay.
Can I add something from the CED standpoint? Because
sure, I do have another
he's
hand up. But go
asking
ahead.
that it's coming to CED. I appreciate it. I can wait.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Miss.
But it might inform this friendly amendment. Super Bowl's in February. By the time the results are in as to the impact on our entertainment zones, we're at March. And is that enough time to put something on in the March agenda for CED? And do we even have a CED meeting in March? That's,
Thank you
as the
so
chair,
much.
I'm going through, great, I'd love to hear it, but are we going to have the information we need, and do we meet then?
So very good point, Vice Mayor. You have a great memory that we are modifying our committee work plans and schedules for next fiscal year. And so actually, currently right now, the draft work plan does not have a meeting in March. The meeting is in February.
And so.
And April, so it could be April.
It would be April that we could come back.
Yeah.
Yes.
That would make more sense anyway. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. The reality is we're not just doing this for the Super Bowl and FIFA, right? Correct. By the time March comes around, we know there are people sitting in this room already just chomping at the bit to get rolling on utilizing the entertainment zone. So, to me, there will be some learning to receive in March, and whether or not we have CED or not, where the timing is. But I want to make sure this isn't about big citywide events. This is about activating, chunks of our city that have, kind of built-in audiences, built-in small businesses. We're closing the sidewalk. We're doing this in areas that are already closed, Post Street as an example, right? So, to me, there's going to be a lot to learn. I still think we're talking about apples and oranges. And that's really what I'm trying to get at is I want to make sure when we talk about this at some point in the future, we've also looked at an event that may have taken place in the geography that Councilmember Ortiz is talking about, or if somebody decides to close the Alameda or Lincoln Avenue, right? What have we learned from that? And at that point, you might be saying to us, hey, guys, we're really talking about apples and oranges here, but here's maybe a different way to think about how we deal with these larger arterial street shutdowns. Period, end of sentence.
Okay, unless staff wants to react to that, we're going to wrap up with a couple more comments. We'll go to, or questions, we'll go to Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my colleagues for the lively discussion. Thank you to staff for the presentation. I am very excited to see the city embrace these entertainment zones downtown. I think since the first time I heard news of it, that this was possible in California, I immediately thought of my district and what would be possible with this policy in District 2. I think that this will go a long way in supporting our local businesses by encouraging local tourism and visitors from coming in from around the country and around the world to enjoy the diverse, great restaurants and bars that we have in San Jose, particularly during all of the events in 2026. And I know that revitalizing and activating downtown is a huge priority for so many of us on the council. I also think that this is a tool that could be incredibly useful in encouraging community gatherings, again, supporting our small businesses, and helping our neighbors connect in neighborhoods outside of downtown, which I think is to Councilmember Mulcahy's point about how this work might interconnect with our Walk San Jose and mobility plans, because cars shouldn't have to be the reason that we are hindered from providing great community engagement opportunities for residents. I think particularly in District 2, I'm always looking for opportunities to get our neighborhoods more activated, given that we are in a public transit desert with a lot of car-centered neighborhoods, and that isn't always conducive to community engagement. I know that particularly for my district, sometimes our residents find it easier to go to downtown Morgan Hill than to downtown San Jose. And so these are investments that are going to have long-term benefits to our city, especially when we are encouraging of the work taking place outside of just downtown. So a couple of questions that I have given the conversation. First is, what is the plan to expand these entertainment zones outside of downtown in areas that meet similar criteria as the proposed location? I did hear that this is something that you are intending on working on, so I'm curious about what that timeline and work plan looks like.
Thank you, council members. So we don't actually have a work plan. We're very interested in working with any businesses, communities, any council members who are interested in establishing an entertainment zone. So as interests arise, we'll be willing to work with those individuals to get a zone established and then looking at amending the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you for that response. I think that's why I am supportive of the motion on the floor, because I appreciate the reassurance from Councilmember Ortiz that we are committed to the potential expansion of entertainment zones where it's appropriate outside of just downtown. As I said, my district, I think, would be a great opportunity for something like this. We have a dozen K through 12 schools, over 24 parks, so it is a family-rich environment that would easily draw large crowds, especially if we can activate more Caltrain service to potentially bring in South County participation. So my second question is, which factors outlined in the staff memo are weighted most heavily to establish an entertainment zone?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I would say we are looking right now at districts that have existing ABC license brick and mortar businesses, and there are also zones in which are already currently activated. Those are the ones that we looked at and we prioritized. Also the ones that have a high degree of walkability that don't necessarily rely on a street closure. That's why we selected San Pedro, Post Street, and the Paseo. Those fit all of those, high, criteria.
Thank you. I'll just end on one of the notes that I brought up earlier is how are we incorporating this work into Walk San Jose in our mobility plan? Because as we heard earlier, right, these are not one-time investments for 2026. These are investments for the success of San Jose in 2026 and beyond. And I recognize that not every district is built like downtown with the level of walkability and public transit access. And so it's important to not bypass the districts that don't have that infrastructure and really think about how do we integrate more of our departments, how do we integrate that one team approach to make sure that every district is an opportunity environment for our residents, for our businesses, and for tourism. Because I could talk all day about how great District 2 is and all of the cultural and heritage and open space amenities that we have to offer as a city. I would appreciate the acknowledgement and the support from city staff through a work plan and through a vision that helps uplift every corner of San Jose. Thank you.
Thanks, Council Member. Let's go back to Council Member Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some prepared comments before I was scrambling to save my life, but that's okay. I wanted to just confirm with Councilmember Salas what the motion is, because I got a little confused there.
I thought we were going to pick up Alum Rock, that little section of Alum Rock, but not include the larger section along King.
I heard staff memo.
Yeah.
Group memo and Ortiz memo, item 1, a recommendation, it was 1A1.
1AI.
Yeah, which is the Alum Rock area, the La Avenida.
Yeah. Okay, just wanted to make sure I can confirm that. Then now I'm just going to go with my already predetermined talking points. I'm just really excited about this great tool that we are launching here with the City of San Jose. I also want to thank staff for their effort. Didn't get the opportunity to thank you guys, but thank you for exploring innovative policies. I also want to thank the Mayor's Office, as well as IGR, who I know did a lot of effort in regards to bringing this ordinance to fruition. But for far too long, East San Jose has been under-resourced when it comes to investments that foster vibrant, walkable, and thriving districts. Entertainment zones are a tool to stimulate local economies, promote nightlife, and celebrate neighborhoods' cultural identities. And I think this is a moment where we can change the trajectory of the Alum Rock corridor to make sure that we are welcoming new innovative solutions to increase vibrancy. The zone that I'm proposing, it will be in front of Mexican Heritage Plaza along Alum Rock Avenue. This area is a cultural gem, not only for East San Jose, but really the entire city. Other council members have events at MHP. People come from across really Northern California to visit the site and to attend performances there. The plaza has long been a center for Latino arts, culture, and education, and I believe the entertainment zone will enhance its role by creating a space where local businesses, artists, and performers can flourish. It will also support ongoing efforts from my office and the School of Arts and Culture to codify this area as an official cultural district designated by the state, cementing its role as the heart of San Jose's Latino heritage. Furthermore, I believe that the zone complements another effort we're spearheading, the formation of a business improvement district, which I've been working on for the last 2 years in my time on council. So I think with increased support, organizational investment, we can help this entire corridor, including the small businesses and the families along Alum Rock, not just survive, but truly thrive. And so I urge my colleagues to please support the motion. Thank you so much, and together we can make sure East San Jose has a bright and bold future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation and the pilot program. I can't wait to see what the result is, because just like Councilmember Ortiz have said, you know, our east side have been neglected for a while, and in my area we have the Tropicana, which is in La Mexico. What a great entertainment center. And of course I'm going to have to consult with all the businesses and you know, all the business owners around there as well. But I'm looking forward to the final result of the pilot program, and then I can head from there, and hopefully we can move quickly if we can, you know, if everybody agree within the business community at the Tropicana, we can, or the Little Saigon, then we can move forward to implement it just like we did downtown. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councilmember. Thank you all for the discussion and the motion that's in front of us. Let me just clarify so everybody's on the same page. Procedurally, because we added memos with new locations, staff is telling us you need, how long, is it 2 weeks to come back with the updated final language for this iteration?
I see the city attorney wants to jump in. We were recommending 2 weeks, yes, and then followed by a second reading 1 week after that.
Oh, it's not a 30-day requirement.
No, the second reading is usually 2 weeks, so there are some tight timing deadlines that are going to have to be met, and then council will probably have to also request that at the next meeting in 2 weeks.
That's fine, as long as you tell us what to do to be compliant. I wanted to make sure we didn't inadvertently push this to the summer recess and then out to the fall, and then suddenly we're backing up a bunch of event planners who may want to start to test this concept. But sounds like we can accommodate these additions without too much delay at effectively 2 weeks, and hopefully everybody can live with that. Okay, Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you all. Congratulations, this is exciting. All right. That was item 8.1, which I believe takes us to land use consent. Thank you. Do we have any public comment on land use consent?
Not on this item.
Let's come back to the council. I'm not seeing any hands. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Wonderful. We're on to regular land use. We do have a staff presentation on item 10.2. So we'll turn it over to staff as soon as you all are ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Martina Davis is going to kick us off.
Great.
Apologies, I thought there was one more item before this. So Martina Davis, I'm a division manager with planning in our citywide planning group, and I'm joined obviously by Rosalind Huey, our deputy city manager, and we will walk you through the super graphic sign update today. So what are super graphics? These are large-scale signs that are mounted flush to the side of a building. They're intended to be generally higher up because they're intended to be very large and seen from afar. Our history was super graphics. So in 2017, we had received some interest for them for the Super Bowl, and we didn't have an ordinance in place. So in preparation of the college football playoffs, we did allow them in 2017. We created an ordinance. We were cautious, so we kind of considered it a pilot. That ordinance included a sunset date and also had a fairly intense permit process that required a public hearing. So we had a little bit of experience with them through the college football playoffs. We found that that public hearing requirement was too much. There really wasn't a lot of public interest. I think the only calls we got were people asking why we mailed them a notice to tell them about the sign. So we took the opportunity to modify the permit requirements when we were doing a sign update in 2020 to streamline. But at that time, we did not amend the sunset, and we have not had the opportunity to do so since. So as of January 1st, 2023, the super graphic provisions in our sign code, they sunset, so they are no longer effective. And that means super graphics are no longer allowed. So really the main thing with this ordinance is to allow them again and make some tweaks to what we had before. So with that, where are they allowed? So previously and as proposed, we are proposing to allow them in the downtown sign zone and the North San Jose sign area. I'll note our memo did say citywide. That was an error. So it's not citywide. It is proposed for these two specific special sign zones that we have. The more permissive super graphic allowances are triggered by large downtown conventions or events, and that is defined as a convention with 700 average room nights booked, or an event of 10,000 projected attendance or more. They're allowed on non-residential buildings and limited to on-site commercial messaging or non-commercial signage. The idea was always to allow our San Jose companies to take advantage of, a lot of people coming to town to advertise themselves in a big way. So what are we proposing to amend when we bring this back? Obviously, number one is remove the sunset. We're not proposing a new sunset. I think we're comfortable with these. We don't want to have to keep coming back. We are proposing to change the building height. Right now, it was required the building had to be 125 feet high. We thought that was a little bit too restrictive. We just thought that the idea is that these shouldn't compete with your sort of pedestrian level signage. So we are recommending that we don't have a minimum building height, but the sign has to be displayed no less than 40 feet above grade. So effectively, you have to have probably about 5-story building up to do them, but we don't have a strict minimum height beyond that. One of the big lessons we learned from last time was that we didn't allow them to be up long enough around the event. These are quite expensive to manufacture and install, and we heard very strongly that our previous provisions of 7 days before and 7 days after the event was just not enough. We shopped around some ideas, and we've landed on recommending 75 days before the event and 75 days after the event, and no more than 180 days total, so inclusive of the event time. Another thing we noticed was that we didn't allow them to be mounted flush on a roof, but anyone who has flown in and out of SJC knows that when you're arriving and departing, what do you see? You see people's roofs. We thought maybe there's an opportunity if people wanted to advertise on top of a roof for people coming in and out of the airport, so we are allowing one to be mounted flush on a roof for that. And then finally, we are generally speaking allowing more and bigger signs. So we had it restricted to 1 sign per building, and now we are proposing 2 signs per building. And I'm going to turn it over to Rosalind to finish this out.
So back in February, we received direction from council to do an analysis of looking to monetize super graphics on both city-owned property and private property. And we have done just that. We actually had several conversations with peer cities, San Francisco and Los Angeles. Concerning private property, we understood that there are significant challenges, constitutional and other legal issues that prohibit the city from monetizing any type of signage on private property. And both cities cautioned us severely in terms of moving forward on private property. However, staff was able to find a path forward for monetizing super graphics on city-owned property, and that's through the existing city council policy on donation, sponsorship, and fundraising, which actually encourages and supports departments to work with city foundations or nonprofits to actually create these opportunities to enhance revenue for department priorities. An example of this is the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services. They have a sponsorship program to support Viva Calle. So in terms of how a sponsorship program could work, for super graphics, we are proposing that the program would be administered by the City Manager's Office of Economic Development and Cultural Affairs. We would work with a partner entity such as the San Jose Sports Authority or Team San Jose, and we would develop an agreement with them for the program. And then we would develop the sponsorship program goals, the time frame, the target audience who we're trying to reach out to, the outreach strategy, and reporting mechanisms. The good thing about the council policy is that it allows departments to handle the sponsorship program administratively, so it doesn't add additional time or need to come back to City Council. So with that, that ends staff presentation, and turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate all your work on this as we get ready for next year and beyond. Tony, do we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Gumby.
Hello again, Council. San Jose Downtown Association is wholeheartedly supporting the sign ordinance. We feel that it will attract the attention of residents and visitors alike, including as they fly in and out of San Jose Airport, and the downtown making it the center of activity. We think it will add to the sense of excitement about the events we are hosting in 2026 and beyond and before. We think that it will draw people towards downtown for viewing parties, concerts, and other complimentary events that aren't the main event, and encourage them to spend at our local businesses. Gives businesses also a strong signal that San Jose is welcoming advertising and events to downtown, which could help attract additional advertising and events to downtown, not just in 2026 and beyond. So thanks for the support.
Back to council.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me turn to Vice Mayor Foley.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I've been waiting for this super graphics sign ordinance to come forward because it feels like the first step in planning for 2026. It means we're really moving in that direction of making our city vibrant and welcoming and advertising and bringing in dollars and people to the community. So I thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions, but I'm going to make a motion, and that is that we accept the staff recommendation and that we direct staff to develop a sponsorship program.
Second.
And that's it.
Great, thanks, Vice Mayor. Appreciate you being concise and getting to the motion. We'll go to Councilmember Kamei.
Thank you. I just had a question regarding the roof sign. I can imagine what the super graphic signs are because you had samples of it, but are you allowing lighting to be on the roofs?
So these signs are not allowed to be illuminated, so they're really something you would see during the day.
Oh, okay, okay. I was just curious as to, you know, how you're going to see it up there, but I guess you're just looking at the areas that are in the flight path. That would make sense to be able to do that, and they're not illuminated, so, okay, thank you. That's.
Thanks, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, staff, for this presentation. Excited to see how this program will roll out. I do have a very energetic advocate in my district who just wants me, for the record, to ask, will these super graphics be put up in East San Jose?
So I will confirm, thank you, council member, I will confirm that no, they are restricted to the downtown sign zone in the North San Jose sign area. So nowhere east of pretty much City Hall.
Okay,
would
all
be
right,
allowed.
Sounds good. Well, Danny Garza, if you can hear that, we got your confirmation. Thank you.
City of a million people, but it's still the individuals who matter. Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification. We've got a motion. I don't see any other hands. Tony, let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you all. Okay, so that was our last agendized item. Here's what we're going to do. We will go to open forum and then adjournment. I'll comment on our brief break before we begin the study session. So open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any city business that was not on today's agenda. Tony, do we have public comment cards for open forum?
We do not.
Okay. So as we adjourn, I'll just say this concludes the regular city council meeting, and we're going to take a roughly 10-minute break so that our team that handles the streaming services and other technology can get things transitioned over, and then we will call to order the study session on 2025 San Jose wildfire planning and preparedness. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and we are adjourned.